Hello, everyone. A very good morning and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep. Welcome back to our discussion on disaster management. Yesterday was the first class for disaster management, and we had covered few basic introductory concepts and we understood key terminologies such as what is a disaster, what is hazard, vulnerability, and we even spoke about disaster risk and disaster management cycle. I had even explained India's vulnerability to disasters and how disaster management saw a transformation in India after the enactment of the Disaster Management Act in 2005. We even discussed briefly the role of the United Nations in driving a global approach to create a framework for disaster management. So, after completing these introductory concepts, we had started with different types of disasters. We began with floods. I had given you a basic introduction explaining what is a flood. So let's continue the discussion from here. Let's understand the causes and the impact of floods in complete detail. Based on that, we can understand the disaster management approach to deal with floods. Just to summarize, I told you yesterday that a flood is essentially an overflow of water from a water body that submerges the dry land present next to the water body. Every water body has a certain carrying capacity, be it a river or a lake or a pond. Any water body will have a certain carrying capacity. If this carrying capacity is breached, either due to excess rainfall or due to encroachment, deposition of silt, etc., this results in the excess water spilling over from the drainage basin and it's going to flood the nearby land areas. It will result in submergence of the dry land present next to the water body. This is essentially what we define as a flood. We can also witness coastal flooding, especially during cyclones, during tsunamis, when seawater is pushed inwards towards land. That causes coastal flooding in the coastal areas. So there are many different ways in which floods are caused. There are many natural causes and there are few man-made factors as well that aggravate the flood situation. So essentially, floods are a combination of the two. In some cases, floods are entirely due to natural causes such as a cyclone or heavy rainfall, etc. But usually, in most cases, along with the natural causes, there will be man-made factors as well which will aggravate the impact, especially land encroachment and blockage of the flow of water in a water body. These are some man-made factors due to urbanization, industrialization, etc. So this hazard can actually have a huge impact on the affected area. We should also understand that in snow-capped regions, in snow-capped hilly mountainous areas, the rapid melting of snow accompanied with rainfall, accompanied with precipitation, can also create a flood situation in the downstream region, right? So based on this, let's evaluate the causes in detail. Let's look at different circumstances under which a flood situation might occur. And then I'll explain what is the exact impact of this hazard. Now, please look at this image. I've added a couple of images to give you a better understanding of how exactly a flood is caused. In this image, you can see a water body being depicted here. This is the drainage channel that you are seeing in this image. It's a drainage channel of a water body, could be a river or a lake, right? So if the carrying capacity here of the drainage channel is breached, if the carrying capacity is overwhelmed, that is when the excess water will spill over into the nearby region causing floods. You can see how the water level has increased in the water body, and the water level has gone beyond the carrying capacity of the water body. So as the water level rises, the excess water spills over into the dry land and it floods the nearby areas. But nature has this equilibrium. Nature has a way of balancing it out. After few flooding seasons, what happens is that all the silt, that is the sediment which is deposited at the bottom, this will get pushed up during a flood. Now imagine a channel where there is sand and silt material present. When water is flowing through, right, and water gushes and floods the region, all that silt and sediment gets pushed up along with the water, and usually it gets deposited on the banks. The fine sediment will deposit on the sides of the channel, thus forming a natural defense against future floods. We call these sediment walls that are formed around the banks as leaves or natural leaves. When repeated flooding happens over 2-3 rainy seasons, the sediment and the silt is pushed up by the water and it forms a natural barrier which increases the carrying capacity of the channel. All right, nature has this way of balancing it out. But what we humans have done is that we have built our cities, we have built human settlements right along the sea, along the riverbed and the lake bed. We have expanded our cities and industries and human settlements and built them by encroaching upon riverbeds and lake beds. That is when we invite the trouble. When we build human settlements right next to the river channels, right? Even though nature has its own equilibrium, its own way of balancing it out, these natural leaves will not hold the water because we are building cities right on the banks of rivers. Sometimes lakes are completely taken over. It has happened in many cities, particularly in Indian cities. Lakes and wetlands and drainage channels are completely taken over by the real estate mafia, which has a nexus with government officials and politicians, etc. This corrupt nexus, especially at the level of local government bodies, is what allows encroachment to happen. So as the drainage channel is encroached upon and construction takes place and human settlements are built, naturally during the rainy season, when even there is a slightly excess rainfall, right, the water is going to gush over and it's going to flood the human settlements. So this essentially turns into a disaster. The hazard turns into a major disaster when the water floods the human inhabited areas. So to summarize, the causes can be both natural and man-made. I've listed out all the causes here. You have heavy rainfall. Extreme rainfall is definitely the prime root cause here. In coastal areas, cyclones and storm surges can cause coastal flooding. Then we also have an extraordinary event known as a cloud burst. Later, I'll explain what is a cloud burst. We'll come to it. It's a separate hazard in itself. Cloud burst is essentially a very intense period of rainfall. In a very short duration, in a given small area, there is extreme rainfall received. Almost an entire year's worth of rainfall is seen within 30 minutes or within 1 hour. And it happens in a very small region. In one small region, in a given area, if several months and several years of rainfall is received within few hours, right, such heavy precipitation is called a cloud burst. Right, you would have read this in newspapers. Recently in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, the government said that there were several cloudburst events that caused flash floods. Flash floods are nothing but those floods which happen without much notice. See, a regular flood, it builds up over few hours or few days. When there is heavy rainfall during especially the monsoon season, you can see that the water levels are rising. The water levels are constantly increasing in all the water bodies. The water being held in a dam keeps rising. So to ensure the safety of the dam, the water is released in a calculated manner. So in the downstream areas, there is a incremental increase in the water level in case of a regular flood. A regular flood builds up over a few days or few weeks. It doesn't happen instantaneously, right? So we keep watching the rise in water levels and eventually the flood will occur. That is a regular flood for you. But a flash flood is a sudden flood. A flash flood happens within hours, within minutes, and there's hardly any notice available. There's hardly any time available to prepare and evacuate the people present in the drainage region. So cloudbursts, they cause flash floods, which are sudden, intense floods that happen without much notice. Whereas a regular flood that happens due to heavy rainfall, it builds up over few days. You have at least a day's notice, you have few hours of notice to carry out some evacuation, to issue some alerts to the low-lying areas. Is that clear? So depending on the intensity of rainfall and the intensity of floods, they are classified as just floods and flash floods. Yesterday, I also explained how landslides can also trigger floods, right? A landslide which pushes all the soil material, all the debris, rocks into the river. It blocks the flow of water, causing a natural dam. This natural dam which is formed by a landslide, it acts as an obstruction. It obstructs the flow of water for a few days. So since water is building up behind this natural dam caused by a landslide, this dam is not strong enough. It's a loosely built temporary dam, right? Which consists only of soil, rock material, and other debris that has crashed during a landslide. So eventually the water pressure will break the dam and this could trigger flooding in the downstream areas. So landslides can cause floods. All right. That is why landslides and floods, they become secondary, tertiary disasters, particularly after earthquakes. Earthquake can be a primary disaster. Now imagine in the Himalayan belt, let's say in Jammu and Kashmir or in Himachal, in Sikkim or in Uttarakhand. Let's say there is a high magnitude earthquake, and this earthquake could have triggered landslides. So landslide becomes a secondary disaster. Now the landslide has brought all the debris and soil material and rocks crashing down, forming a natural temporary dam. So all the water which accumulates behind it will eventually put so much pressure on the natural dam that it is going to break. So what happens when a dam breaks? It will immediately cause massive flooding. All the water will gush through and flow down the stream, causing flooding in the low-lying areas. So landslide is also one of the causes. The other reasons, which are largely man-made, includes the sudden release of water from a reservoir or a dam. Usually to ensure dam safety, when water levels rise, authorities have to release the water, or else the very safety of the dam will be under threat. If the dam were to break and breach, it's going to cause a much bigger disaster in the downstream areas. So to prevent that from happening, once heavy rainfall begins, the authorities, they start releasing some of the water. Sometimes it's a sudden release, and even this can cause flooding in the low-lying areas. The other flooding which we witness in our cities is urban flooding. In cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, even Srinagar, right? Recently, Delhi, just a few weeks back, you would have read about the flooding of the Yamuna and how badly Delhi was affected by the flooding of the Yamuna river, right? So, most of the cities in India, Chennai, Bengaluru, Mumbai, even Srinagar, they're all highly prone to urban flooding. Now, why does urban flooding happen? Urban flooding is a mix of man-made factors and natural causes. Because in cities, we have expanded the urban areas without any planning, without any regulation. The local bodies, they fail to regulate construction. They fail to impose the building norms and construction norms that are present because there is a corrupt nexus. There is corruption involved between government officials, ministers, politicians who are working with the real estate mafia to allow the land encroachment to happen. They give away these lands and allow layouts, villas and apartments and shopping malls to come up on river beds and lake beds. Is that clear? There are many real examples. In Chennai, you might have heard about the Adiyar River. The primary channel of the Adiyar has been occupied by such illegal construction, illegal encroachment. Same with Bengaluru. At one point, Bengaluru had the highest number of lakes in the country. In total, including in the city of Bengaluru and the suburbs, there were 1,000 plus lakes. Today, you hardly have 100 plus lakes, which means another 800 lakes, they have been encroached. They have been eaten away by the real estate mafia by expanding the city and by constructing human settlements. The authorities have allowed this to happen illegally because there is corruption at the ground level. Is that clear? So naturally, when you are building layouts and residential complexes on a riverbed and a lake bed, during the monsoon season, even a normal rainfall will cause flooding. You don't need excess rainfall. You don't need heavy rains. Even regular rainfall will cause floods because that is where the water is supposed to flow. That is where water is supposed to accumulate. So we have violated these norms and built human settlements, and later we complain that floodings are happening, that disaster is occurring. This is largely a man-made problem. Is that clear? See, in the real world, it's a very complex interplay of different factors. You can't say that this flooding happened only because of natural causes. This flooding happened only because of man-made causes. In the real world, it's always a combination of all these factors, including climate change. The long-term global warming and climate change that human activities have caused, they have disrupted the weather patterns. It is resulting in more extreme weather events. Several places are receiving heavy rainfall compared to the normal rainfall level. Right? There are many examples you can think of. In the last few months itself, look at how many countries have been affected by devastating floods. In India, Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh and Assam are the latest examples. I'm talking about just the last couple of months where massive flooding has been witnessed in these states. You can add Delhi to the list as well. Even Punjab and Haryana, the Satluj and the Ravi rivers, which are part of the Indus basin, right? They flooded due to excessive rainfall received in the Himalayan belt. Same with Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh and Delhi as well, right? In the Gangetic basin as well, there has been massive flooding, including the flooding of the Yamuna river. Then Brahmaputra in the northeast has caused massive flooding in Assam. So during monsoon season in India, we regularly witness such intense floods across different drainage basins. If you look at the entire world, there are cases where China, then South Korea, and even Europe. They have witnessed devastating floods in the last few months itself. Germany, for example, Austria, right? Even Poland, then China, South Korea, all these countries have witnessed massive floods, which is quite unprecedented. So these events that you're seeing around you in real time, they're all a combination of different factors. There is a natural cause, of course. There is heavy rainfall being received, which is a natural cause. Then there are man-made factors like encroachment, throwing of waste and debris, especially in cities. Lot of waste material is disposed in an unscientific manner. Right? In cities, lot of urban waste is generated, solid waste. All the solid waste is haphazardly dumped into riverbeds and lake beds, which block the channels. That affects the carrying capacity. It affects the flow of water. Then you have long-term climate change and global warming causing more extreme weather events, leading to more extreme rainfall, intense rainfall, where heavy rains are received within 1 or 2 days. That causes a sudden heavy flow of water in the drainage area, which eventually causes flooding in the human settlement areas. So in the real world, you can't really distinguish the causes. In class, it is easy to say that floods occur due to rainfall, floods occur due to man-made causes. But in reality, a flood is a combination of all these factors. There will be a natural cause along with the anthropogenic causes, because human activities have disrupted the environment permanently. We have caused long-term climate change. We have directly contributed to more extreme weather events where we are witnessing regular periods of abnormal rainfall. So a combination of these factors are causing these floods, and you can already see the impact. These floods can be devastating. It can turn into a major disaster as it leaves behind a huge impact. Is that clear? The first major loss is the loss of life and property. There will be a number of deaths and injuries. Number of people could get trapped in these floods. They might lose their lives. People might get injured. Several buildings might come down. Right? You would have seen all the visuals. Remember the Kedarnath floods a few years back? Kedarnath is a very popular pilgrimage center. The Kedarnath floods were devastating in its impact, again in Uttarakhand. So Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, they are highly prone. The entire Himalayan belt, in fact, is very, very prone to the impact of such devastating floods. Plus, global warming has increased the melting of the snow caps, the ice caps, the glaciers, which also adds more water along with heavy rainfall. So it's a combination of these factors that are causing these devastating floods, and they result in large-scale loss of life. Several people could get killed. There will be large-scale damage to property, and more importantly, agricultural fields could get flooded. Now, what happens when agricultural fields are flooded? The crops, the standing crops, they will be destroyed. For any crop, there is an ideal amount of water that is needed, right? Anything short or anything excess will destroy the crop. So when there is a sudden flooding of the entire farmland during flooding season, the standing crops will completely get destroyed. Now imagine if the floods occur in coastal areas. This will be even more devastating for agriculture because it will bring saline water into the agricultural field. The salt that comes in with the seawater will deposit in the farmland, in the agricultural land, and it will make the land unsuitable for cultivation for many years. And I hope you know that in the coastal belt, where you have deltas and plains, it's ideal for cultivation of various important crops like rice, sugarcane, etc. If these fields, like paddy fields, if they are flooded with seawater, right, the excess salinity will destroy the soil fertility for many years to come. So agriculture will take a huge hit when such floodings happen. Also, there will be a lot of sediment deposition. Lot of sediment will be deposited in the agricultural fields, and farmers cannot clear that. They can't remove it physically all the time. It becomes practically impossible to remove all the sediment. So the sediment that deposits in agricultural fields will destroy farming for several seasons. So this has a huge impact on the rural economy. It will affect the farmers, their income, and this will have an impact on the economy as well. There will be a shortage of essential food items. Look at the shortage in tomatoes, onions. Partly it is a result of heavy rainfall, which has destroyed some of the standing crops. Right? So this causes inflation. Destruction of crops will cause inflation and causes a broad disruption of the macroeconomic factors. Food price, if it increases, it will hurt the common man. Right? It will hurt their purchasing power. It will hurt their nutrition and their health. So it has a widespread impact. Then public infrastructure, critical infrastructure especially, could get damaged. So roads, railway lines, bridges and tunnels, airports, seaports, power plants, and even dams, and as well as nuclear plants. They are all under risk, great risk of being damaged during floods. Is that clear? Look at the latest floods in Himachal and Uttarakhand. A historic railway line, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, that railway line has been completely washed away. You would have seen these images where the railway line is floating in the air and the entire soil below has been removed because the flood has caused a landslide. Excessive floods and the fast flow of water saturated the soil, and the slope lost its integrity and it has crashed, causing a landslide. So the land has entirely been removed under the railway line, and the railway line is hanging in the air. So your essential critical infrastructure could be completely uprooted. Don't forget the impact on power grids, on all the cables, the power cables, your mobile and internet connectivity. They could all be completely destroyed in the flood affected area. Is that clear? We have seen several incidents where airports and seaports are also completely disrupted because of floods. Like the Kerala floods which happened a few years ago. It flooded the Kochi airport. Kochi airport became dysfunctional for several days. Right? Several airports are very close to the coastline. They are close to riverbeds as well. So flooding can take over the airport and it will completely disrupt the operations and the connectivity. Now the impact is that this will affect the economy. If connectivity is disrupted, it will affect the movement of people. It will affect the movement of goods. And more importantly, it will hamper rescue operations. Now imagine a region has been massively flooded. If help has to be sent from the outside, if disaster response forces, armed forces, if they have to be dispatched to the flood affected area, they have to take either the road or rail or through the air route. If all these essential connectivity projects, if they are flooded, right, connectivity will be completely disrupted. It might become impossible for the response forces to reach the affected areas and help out the people. So search and rescue operations can be hampered because of destruction of connectivity, because of destruction of physical critical infrastructure. There is a risk of dam breach. Heavy rainfall and floods can threaten the integrity of the dam. And if the dams break, it will cause even more intense flooding in the downstream area. Power plants could be flooded, and the biggest risk is with nuclear power plants. Flooding can threaten the very stability of a nuclear power plant. And the world has seen one such incident. Do you guys know which incident is that? Can someone tell me in the comments? There has been a nuclear incident a few years back as a result of flooding. Does anyone know? Any example? Chernobyl. No, Chernobyl is not the right answer. Very good. Some of you are getting it right. The Fukushima disaster. The Fukushima disaster, which happened in Japan in 2011. Now, this is the best example to understand the complex connection between different types of disasters. If you study the Fukushima incident, you will understand how different disasters are connected to one another in the real world. What happened in Japan was there was a massive underwater earthquake. Japan is sitting on the Pacific Ring of Fire, which is highly prone to earthquakes and volcanoes. So in the Pacific, in the North Pacific, under the water, that is under the Pacific Ocean, there was a massive earthquake. This earthquake triggered a tsunami. And the tsunami which crashed into Japan caused massive coastal flooding and storm surge. There was a surge of the sea water. This coastal flooding pushed the sea water inland, which flooded the Fukushima power plant. Is that clear? The tsunami brought sea water towards the land, and this coastal flooding is what affected the functioning of the Fukushima nuclear power plant. The power supply was disrupted. Even the backup power systems failed. And as a result, the core of the nuclear reactor started melting down. Since the functioning was completely disrupted, the cooling of the reactor was broken apart, right? And since the cooling systems were broken down, the core of the reactor started melting, resulting in radiation leakage. Even today, Fukushima is a contaminated site. Nuclear contamination can be found in and around Fukushima, in the water, in the soil, in the air. That is the impact of nuclear disasters. So basically, an earthquake caused a tsunami, which caused a coastal flood. That triggered an industrial disaster, a nuclear disaster. So that is how disasters are connected. That's the complex connection between different disasters in the real world. So damage to physical infrastructure is the most serious impact. It will have a long-term economic and social impact. Floods will displace thousands of people. People who have lost their homes, who have lost their agricultural fields, right? They will be completely uprooted. Their lives are disrupted. Their livelihood, their income is completely disrupted. So it results in a lot of distress. It increases poverty. It pushes people out of the region, causing internal displacement in the country. Now imagine farmers not only lose their crops, they might even lose the cattle. Animal husbandry is also very badly affected. Cows, sheep, chicken, right? All these animals that farmers would have reared, which is a vital source of income for them, they could all be destroyed during heavy floods. So when people lose their home, their property, their farmland, their animals, their income and their livelihood is completely disrupted, which causes large-scale displacement. It could increase migration towards urban areas. And the flooding can increase the spread of diseases, waterborne diseases, and diseases like malaria, vector-borne diseases, they will start spreading, right? Since there is a lot of stagnant water present everywhere in the flooded area, mosquitoes will start to thrive. And as you know, mosquito is a prime vector, a vector which carries malaria, chikungunya, dengue, and many other deadly diseases. Other waterborne diseases like cholera, for example, right? Those outbreaks will happen. Understood? The water actually gets highly polluted after a flooding because all the waste material, soil, sand, sediments, everything gets mixed with the water. And this water is not suitable for drinking. In fact, the irony is that flooding can cause water scarcity. It creates a shortage of drinking water. Understood? Because see, power supply is completely disrupted. Power plants might be down, power grids and cables are down. So the water purification plants, the pumping stations, they will not work. And even though there is so much water everywhere, that water is unfit for drinking. It is not suitable for human consumption. It will be polluted, contaminated, and it will be carrying diseases. So as a result, there will be water scarcity. You don't have potable water. There will be a shortage of potable water, which is safe and clean enough for drinking. And there is a large scale environmental ecological impact. It will affect the animals and the forests. Wetlands get affected, right? Several animals could get killed during floods. Several threatened species like tigers, elephants, rhinoceros, they could lose their lives, thus causing loss of biodiversity. Brahmaputra is the classic example for this. The flooding in Brahmaputra and even in the Gangetic basin causes widespread environmental loss. I'm sure you would have heard about Kaziranga National Park, right? And even the Manas National Park and Tiger Reserve in Assam. These protected areas in Assam, they are frequently flooded every year by the Brahmaputra River. This flooding is a major threat for rhinoceros, the Indian rhinoceros, which is a threatened species. It is a threat for elephants, for the tigers, and many other important species of animals and birds in these protected areas. Every year, several animals lose their lives, and even the forests, the wetlands could also suffer damages, causing widespread environmental ecological loss and biodiversity loss. So, this is the devastating impact of floods. In fact, any disaster will have such a widespread impact. That's why I'm stressing on these points. Once you understand this, it will be more or less the same for every other disaster. The impact on human life, impact on property, infrastructure, right? How diseases spread after disasters, how livelihoods are disrupted after a disaster, how connectivity is disrupted, what is the economic social impact, right? How rural areas are more affected, what is the environmental damage caused. If you're able to understand these key points with regard to floods, you can apply the same concept for every other disaster. Is that clear? So floods have a widespread impact across the affected area, across the drainage area. So here you can expect a number of questions. UPSC might ask you to explain what is a flash flood or what is a flood, and it might ask you to discuss the causes. Why Himalayan belt is more prone, why Kerala is more prone for flooding, right? There you have to explain the natural geographical causes, right? In Himalayas, you have the melting of snow, plus you have the mountainous terrain, which causes the water to flow at greater velocity. Then in Kerala, with regard to Western Ghats, heavy rainfall during monsoon season is the prime reason, prime factor responsible. Along with that, there are man-made factors which have aggravated the risk. Along with heavy intense rainfall and cloud bursts, there are many man-made factors like encroachment, destruction of riverbeds, building human settlements very close to riverbeds, right? That is a prime reason. Large-scale construction, then exploitative tourism. All these are factors you can list out, which explains the man-made causes, which is aggravating the impact. And then explain the long-term impact of climate change. How extreme weather events have gone up, causing more flooding. So all these factors are causing these intense floods in Himalayan belt, in the northeast of India, right? In Kerala as well. So to better understand the risk faced by India, please take a look at the hazard and vulnerability map of India. This is the hazard vulnerability map of India. which depicts the regions that are most affected by floods. First, we have the Indus River Basin, which is highly prone to floods. The Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Satluj, and Bias, right? All the 6 rivers of the Indus Basin, right? They can cause flooding from Ladakh to Jammu and Kashmir to Himachal Pradesh, which affects Punjab and Haryana as well. Then the entire Gangetic belt, the Ganga River Basin, from Nepal, our neighboring country, Nepal, to Uttarakhand, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. This whole region is very badly affected. Yamuna is known to cause massive floods in the region, particularly in Delhi. You might have heard about the Kosi River. Kosi River is called the sorrow of Bihar. Bihar is very badly affected every year by the flooding of the Kosi River, which flows down from Nepal into India. Even the Gandak River causes massive flooding. Then the Hooghly in West Bengal. It's called the sorrow of Bengal because every year it brings massive floods to West Bengal. Then you have Brahmaputra Basin in the northeast that causes massive floods in Arunachal Pradesh, in Assam, and in Bangladesh as well. Bangladesh is a low-lying country which is very vulnerable to flooding because of the Ganga River Basin and the Brahmaputra River Basin. Is that clear? The Sundarbans is highly prone to coastal floods, especially during cyclones. As you know, Bay of Bengal witnesses very intense cyclonic activity. These cyclonic storms can cause massive flooding in the low-lying areas of West Bengal and Bangladesh in the Sundarban region, which is a protected area. It's a biosphere, it's a tiger reserve and a national park, right? So Sundarbans is highly prone to flooding, just like Kaziranga, Manas, etc. Then coming to the peninsular rivers, even in peninsular India, in southern India as well, flooding is quite common. You have major east flowing rivers like Mahanadi, then Godavari, Krishna, Tungabhadra, basically the entire KG delta, the Krishna Godavari delta that covers Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, parts of northern Karnataka, they're all prone to flooding. The Bhima River in Maharashtra and Karnataka causes massive floods. Tungabhadra in Karnataka causes massive floods, right? When they eventually join the Krishna Godavari, they cause flooding in the Krishna Godavari delta in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. All right. Then even Kaveri River can cause flooding in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So places like Madikeri, then the Mandya district, rural areas of Bangalore, then towards Tamil Nadu, towards Tanjore and the entire downstream areas of Kaveri River. This entire belt, this entire catchment area is prone to flooding by the Kaveri River during monsoons. Apart from that, you have many small west-flowing rivers in Kerala. There are many small west-flowing rivers in Kerala, in the Western Ghats, that cause massive flooding. There are few east-flowing rivers as well. These are all small, minor rivers, but they repeatedly cause massive flooding in the Western Ghats region of Kerala. All right? Even Western India, even Rajasthan and Gujarat, even though they are arid, semi-arid regions, even they are prone to flooding of late. The Sabarmati, Luni River and few other catchment areas here in Gujarat and Rajasthan can also cause flooding. Is that clear? Because see, in arid, semi-arid regions, the drainage system is not well developed. Since the region does not receive much water, there isn't regular flow of water. The drainage channels are not well developed. So the carrying capacity of the drainage channel is very less. So even a slight increase in rainfall can cause flooding in such arid, semi-arid regions. So these are the different parts of the country which are badly affected by floods, especially during monsoon season. Now, coming to the last part of my discussion, let's focus on disaster management with regard to floods. What measures can we take to contain floods, to prevent them and mitigate them? In some cases, floods can be prevented. At least the impact can be prevented. If prevention is not possible, at least you can mitigate, that is, reduce the impact of the flood. So, when it comes to any disaster, the first major step is to focus on early warning and forecasting. If you invest in the right technology through advances in meteorological sciences, through advances in space technology, right, through advances in supercomputing, you can deploy these technologies to accurately predict many of the disasters, particularly extreme weather events such as heavy rainfall, right? By using satellite data, by using Doppler radars, and a network of monitoring stations around the country and around the region, you can monitor the cloud levels, what precipitation might occur, right? And based on that, accurate alerts can be given. So, early warning and forecasting is critical to deal with any disaster, especially floods. So, in India, we have a few designated nodal agencies to keep track of certain events. You have to remember this for your prelims. You have to know the nodal agencies responsible for early warning and forecasting for different disasters in the country. With regard to rainfall, the concerned agency is the IMD, India Meteorological Department, which comes under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. IMD is the nodal agency to track rainfall in the country. You would have read in newspapers that IMD has given a monsoon forecast. It has predicted that monsoons will be above normal or it will be below normal. Even temperature alerts are given by IMD, right? If there is a heat wave condition, cold wave condition, those temperature alerts are also given by IMD. So IMD is responsible for all the meteorological phenomena, all the weather-based phenomena, and it keeps track of rainfall. It gives alerts at least few days before. 4 to 5 days before, it can provide fairly accurate estimates. If not entirely accurate estimates, at least approximately accurate estimates can be given. And a 4 to 5 day notice can be given to different regions, different districts regarding the quantum of rainfall that is expected in the coming week. This will help the authorities to plan, to prepare, and if required, shut down the entire economy and ask people to evacuate. All these preventive measures can be taken, but for that, early warning is critical. So IMD is the nodal agency for providing warnings with regard to heavy rainfall. But monitoring flood level in rivers, issuing alerts for floods in rivers, is the responsibility of the CWC, the Central Water Commission, which will work with the state irrigation departments. CWC is the nodal agency to track water levels in all the dams and rivers across the country. It keeps a check of the water levels, and once it crosses the danger mark, immediate alerts are given by CWC to all the concerned authorities. The central government, the Home Ministry, NDMA, the Cabinet Secretariat, right, Defense Ministry, they're all given alerts immediately, along with the concerned state governments, district administration, the response forces. They're all given real-time alerts regarding a possible flood situation. Is that clear? So these are the two important early warning nodal agencies that you have to remember. The rest is only for your general knowledge. You don't have to focus on this. All right? Focus more on IMD and CWC. Just know the fact. IMD is responsible for rainfall alerts. CWC is responsible for flood alerts. Got it? Another important institution is the NRSC, the National Remote Sensing Center of ISRO, with regard to mapping. It helps in mapping out the flood-prone areas. Then Geological Survey of India. It conducts geological survey across the country and helps understand the topography, the geomorphological features of different regions of the country, which helps us realize how water will flow, what will be the path the water will take, right, following heavy rainfall. To understand that, you should understand the topography of a region. You should understand the elevation, the valley region that is present, and you should predict the drainage path. So the geological maps produced by Geological Survey of India helps understand the geomorphological features and the topography of a region. So all this data is vital to plan for floods and to plan for water management. But the most important nodal agencies are IMD and CWC as far as rainfall and floods are concerned. Is that clear? So in India, the IMD has implemented a color coded alert scheme for rainfall. IMD has implemented a color coded alert scheme. Similarly, for floods, the Central Water Commission has also implemented a color coded scheme. Because, see, when color coded alerts are given, it is easy for the authorities and the common man to understand. If technical data is issued in the media, common people like us, we can't understand what is the risk level. Imagine if IMD says that this much centimeter of rainfall is expected in the next few days. We don't even understand what is the risk because we are not technical people, right? A common man will not understand that. Even authorities will not understand that. So messaging has to be simple. When it comes to early warning, right, the alerts which are given, it has to be as simple as possible. That is when the message can be spread through the media, social media platforms, so that people are aware before the disaster can happen. That is the whole purpose of early warning. If real-time alerts are given in a simple manner, it will help the people understand the risk and they can start taking protective measures. Is that clear? The people who are in the line of fire, they can be evacuated on time. So instead of giving out technical details, alerts are given out as color-coded alerts. Yellow alert, orange alert, red alert, etc. So IMD uses a similar system for rainfall. Just visit the IMD's website or open your newspaper. IMD alerts would have been published, right? So for every state, for every district, there would be a color-coded alert given by IMD, especially during monsoon season. Similarly, CWC, that monitors the flood levels, gives out color-coded alerts depending on water levels in different dams and river channels. So forecasting plays a critical role in mitigating the impact. We may not be able to prevent the flood entirely, but at least we can reduce the impact by giving enough time for the people to evacuate from the low-lying regions. All right. So with regard to disaster management, we have to effectively implement all the three phases of the disaster management cycle. If all three phases of the disaster management cycle is implemented, that is when we can prevent the disaster or at least mitigate the impact of the disaster. So what can we do? The first step as part of planning is to understand the risk. For every disaster, it is the same approach. You have to understand the disaster risk. What did I tell you yesterday? What is disaster risk? Disaster risk is nothing but hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. If you can understand this for every disaster, if you can develop the required scientific research, create the required maps, this will help in your preparedness. It will help you to plan accordingly, prepare accordingly, and prioritize which region deserves more focus and attention. So first thing you do is you study the hazard. You put some scientific effort into it. You conduct meteorological studies, geological studies, use satellite data, right? Use all modern technology available to understand the nature of a hazard. Understand why heavy rainfall occurs, what causes a cloud burst. Can we predict them? Can we monitor the clouds and accurately provide for estimates? Can we improve our weather forecasting models? Right? Can we come up with better supercomputers which can crunch all the data and provide for better alerts? All these are efforts that have to be taken by institutions like IMD, ISRO, and the others. So, based on your understanding of the hazard, vulnerability map for the country has to be created. That is the primary responsibility of NDMA, the National Disaster Management Authority. NDMA will work with all the other stakeholders. It will work with all the other institutions to understand the hazard, develop enough scientific research regarding that, and based on that, the hazard map, the vulnerability map of the country is created. Right? We just saw the map. It basically identifies which states, which districts, which specific regions, drainage basins are prone to floods. Once you map it out, you understand the exposure. To what extent is the country exposed to the impact of floods? Based on this, you can take the other measures. Implement effective early warning forecasting system. Provide for effective and simple real-time alerts so that timely evacuations can be done. Right? Apart from early warning, you can take measures. You can take some structural measures where you create some structures to reduce the surface runoff and to divert the flood water. Is that clear? It's a structural measure. Structural measure means you're creating some structures. You're setting up few structures. You're physically carrying out some work on the ground to manage the disaster. So to deal with floods, what can we do? We can construct embankments, dams, canals. Essentially, you provide for effective watershed development. What is watershed development? See, in every drainage area, for every river, there is a certain drainage area and a catchment area. Managing how the water flows in that drainage area, managing the utilization of water, that is watershed development. How do you do that? You do that through projects such as construction of dams, embankments, barrages, canals, irrigation canals. This helps in diverting the flood water, right? Some of the excess water can be held back. Some of the water can be released strategically, and you can divert some of the water. Surplus flood water can be diverted towards a deficit region. You can reduce the surface runoff through such measures by creating these structures, embankments and barrages, which holds the water, breaks the speed of the water. Afforestation is also a measure. Conserving your natural buffer, conserving your forests, conserving your wetlands is a major step. Let me explain this. See, in a slope area, imagine a mountainous area. If the slope has grass, trees and plants, etc., if there is good vegetation, the tree structure will hold the soil together. Correct? The roots will hold the soil together. It adds to the structural integrity of the slope, and it also plays a role in cutting the speed with which water is flowing down. Because water faces obstruction when it flows down a slope if there are trees, plants, and grass available. Now imagine we have destroyed all the tree cover because of tourism, because of large projects, or because of urbanization. If we have deforested the entire slope, if there is no vegetation, there is no obstruction for the water. Water will flow down easily on the slope, which increases the surface runoff. That is the velocity, the speed with which water is flowing. So, arresting the speed of the water, reducing the runoff is very, very important. You can do this naturally by protecting your forests, by protecting the vegetation, by promoting afforestation and tackling deforestation. You can take structural measures where you build barrages, embankments, then dams and canals in the downstream area so that you effectively manage the whole drainage basin as part of your watershed development. So, if this is done scientifically and sustainably, you can divert the flood water and manage the flood water. Is that clear? Similarly, wetlands, especially in coastal areas, they act as a natural buffer. Wetlands have the ability to absorb excess water. Now imagine there is a cyclone or a tsunami on the east coast of India. When the water strikes the coastline, right, during a tsunami or during a cyclone, the sea water which floods inside, it can be drained into wetlands naturally if you have protected your wetlands. Wetlands are like a sink, it's like a sponge, a cushion, which absorbs the impact of these hazards. But if you have destroyed your wetlands, if you have destroyed your mangrove forests and tree cover, then water will easily flood the coastal areas, causing a much bigger disaster. So, conserving and protecting the natural buffers is extremely important. Similarly, protecting lakes as far as cities are concerned to tackle urban flooding. This is another important measure, right? Now, all these steps, you can't take them when a disaster is happening or after the disaster has happened. This has to be part of your pre-disaster planning and preparedness. All these measures that we are discussing, early warning forecasting, risk analysis, creating hazard vulnerability map, taking structural measures to reduce runoff and divert floodwater, managing the watershed area by building dams, barrages, and canals, then conserving, protecting the natural buffers through afforestation, wetland conservation, lake protection. All these are preparatory measures. So this should be a regular part of governance on a day-to-day basis without waiting for a disaster to happen. These measures have to be taken as part of planning and preparedness under the pre-disaster phase. That is how you can prevent the flood if possible, or at least mitigate, reduce the impact of the flood. Is that clear? Another important step in planning is floodplain zoning. This applies for every disaster. Implementing zoning standards. It's also called zonation. They mean the same. Zonation or zoning standards. What do you mean by this? Basically, you plan how the land will be utilized. Have you heard of the term land use planning? The concerned authorities, the local bodies, the state governments, they have a bigger responsibility here to determine land use planning. Which land will be used for agriculture? Which land will be used for urbanization, for industries? These zones are demarcated. It regulates construction. It will regulate human settlements. All right? So through land use planning, you can identify the high risk zones. Now, let's say, for example, you can identify some areas right next to the Yamuna riverbed, and there you can implement a zoning standard and prohibit all human settlements. You can impose a ban on all construction, saying no houses can be built, no industries can be built, because this is a flood prone area. In Uttarakhand, in Himachal Pradesh, next to riverbeds which are prone to flooding, you can prohibit the construction of resorts, homestays, and other buildings so that there are no human settlements in the high risk area. This is what you mean by zoning standards or zonation or land use planning. It applies for every disaster, be it earthquake, be it floods, landslides. Everywhere zoning standards will play an important role. If you can regulate human settlements, construction activity, and mandate what should be done in what zone, you should have a separate zone for industries, a separate safe zone for residential areas, a separate zone where construction is regulated or prohibited. So by implementing these zoning standards, you decide how the land will be used. This is called land use planning. So state governments and local bodies, they play a bigger role in planning the zoning standards and in enforcing them. The problem in India is that we have zoning standards. The zoning plan, land use planning exists. The problem is in enforcement. There is very poor enforcement on the ground, and it's mainly because of corruption that the standards are not implemented. There is a corrupt nexus between big political parties, ministers, government officials, and the real estate mafia. They allow haphazard construction to happen. They allow zoning standards to be violated without any concern. And when disaster happens, then we start complaining, right? So land use planning is critical to implement the zoning standards and regulate and prohibit human settlements and construction in the high risk areas. This is again a part of your pre-disaster planning and preparedness. Understood? That is how you can prevent or mitigate the impact of floods. Is that clear? I hope all the steps are understood, because the same points will come up again and again for every disaster. That's why I'm spending more time here. Once you understand disaster management for floods, what kind of steps are being taken, more or less the same will apply for every other disaster. The approach will be the same. All right. Next, what other measures you can suggest is risk transfer. It basically refers to financial risk transfer. Because see, when a disaster occurs, a lot of people suffer financial losses, economic losses. People lose their homes, farmers lose their agricultural field, their crops, their cattle, right? Industries, factories might be affected, livelihoods will be disrupted. So there is a huge financial risk and economic loss following a disaster. Now this risk has to be transferred. Instead of common man taking the burden, this risk has to be transferred. This financial economic loss has to be transferred. Now, how can we transfer financial risk? Does anyone know? Do you guys have an idea as to how we can transfer financial risk? Swati says by setting aside funds, contingency funds. Ilma and Manoj are saying insurance, very good, by providing subsidies. Okay. The financial risk can be transferred either through adequate compensation. Maybe there can be a dedicated fund through which guaranteed compensation can be given. But the other preferred method is through insurance. Both measures are needed to transfer the financial risk. Instead of the common man taking the hit, why not create a common fund? Why not have a ready, dedicated fund available for such contingencies so that immediate compensation can be paid to the people, right? And we have a fund like that. We will discuss that later. All right, there is a dedicated fund in India for disaster response. The DM Act has provided for this fund. So the government can immediately start dispersing money as immediate compensation to transfer the financial risk. But again, government can't take the entire hit, right? The government's fiscal balance will be affected. So insurance has to be implemented. I hope you know that most insurance companies, they don't cover disasters. They treat disasters as an act of God, right? They don't pay compensation for disasters. So what the government can do is that it can work with the private insurance sector. It can leverage its dominance in the insurance sector through institutions like LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India, right? It's a government-owned entity. Through LIC as well, and create an insurance product, right? The government can pay the premium, right? Or maybe people can pay a part of the premium and government can pay the rest. So by paying a small premium, if there is a ready pool of funds available as insurance, the affected people will immediately get the insurance amount after the disaster. This will protect livelihoods. It will protect families. It will financially secure these people who are affected. So that is how you can transfer the financial risk, through compensation and through insurance. So this can't be done by the government alone. Government has to take the initiative. But along with the government, there is a need for private participation as well. Is that clear? Government has already set up a compensation fund. There is a dedicated disaster response fund in India through which immediate compensation is given. Along with that, maybe an insurance covering different disasters, right? Where people can be immediately compensated so that the risk, the economic risk can be transferred. This is one way of protecting families, protecting income and livelihood. All right. Then I already mentioned watershed management. Watershed management is nothing but managing the flow of water, managing how the water flows in a drainage basin, right? How do you manage water? By building dams, by building embankments, barrages, canals, by distributing the flow of water. So through these projects, you can manage the flow of water in a drainage basin, and this is called watershed management or watershed development. So apart from all these pre-disaster measures, which includes planning, preparedness, etc., you have to prepare for the emergency situation. You have to prepare for during disaster phase, where you have to build your capabilities to provide rescue relief to the affected people, right? During disaster, that is in the second phase of your disaster management, you have to provide effective emergency relief and response to the affected people. So search and rescue operations have to be conducted, which means you need dedicated forces, specialized forces that specialize in flood management. You need specialized units that have specialist swimmers, divers. They need special equipment like boats, life jackets. They will need cutting equipment, right? They will need a variety of other tools and technical skills, which is needed for search and rescue operations. They may require helicopters. They may require drones, right? All such resources have to be made available to the specialized units, the response forces that are deployed. So NDRF, the National Disaster Response Force, SDRF, the State Disaster Response Force, and the Indian Armed Forces, the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, Coast Guard, and your Central Armed Police Forces, and also your state police. They are the primary responders following any such disaster. So they should have some of these resources and capabilities. At least the specialist forces like NDRF, SDRF, They should have specialized training and the resources and the technical skills needed to carry out these complex search and rescue operations. Your armed forces can bring in the bigger equipment if needed, like helicopters, motorboats, etc. Right? NDRF also has its own set of motorboats available with life jackets, specialist swimmers, and divers who can rescue people. Right? These are critical operations, emergency relief operations which have to be conducted. Then you focus on providing medical aid. There will be people who are injured very badly, people who have lost their lives. So, right? So, you have to retrieve the dead bodies. You have to treat the injured people, provide them medical aid and assistance, provide food, shelter, and clothing to those who are displaced. So, all of this has to be planned. You have to prepare for this in the pre disaster phase so that your emergency rescue and relief can be more effective, so that you can save more lives. You can help out the people who are affected. Right? This is the most important step in during disaster phase. And finally, then it comes to post disaster management, the last step. So in post disaster, what do? You focus on recovery, you focus on reconstruction, you focus on rehabilitation, which means in the last stage, in the post disaster stage, you try to rehabilitate the displaced people. People who have lost their homes and jobs, they should be rehabilitated by the government. Government should help people to rebuild their homes, to rebuild those communities where the damage has been caused, to restore livelihood of the people, of the farmers and others who have lost their jobs and income. The government should focus on reconstruction, especially connectivity infrastructure has to be brought back as quickly as possible. The damaged roads, the uprooted railway lines, the destroyed power cables, mobile internet connectivity, this has to be restored on priority. You can't delay this, or else decades of development will be destroyed. The affected area will be set back in its development by few decades. So you have to reconstruct the area quickly, as soon as possible. In the coming months and years, you have to rebuild and reconstruct what has been damaged. Is that clear? If airports are disrupted, you have to bring it back online. If power plants are down, you have to bring it up and running. You have to bring them back and keep them up and running. It's essential to bring back these basic services and your critical infrastructure, because that is what supports the economy, right? So this provides for long-term recovery and will help in restoring some normalcy to the affected region. So the government has to work closely with the local community and also the private sector. Government alone can't do this. Disaster management is not just the responsibility of the government. Of course, government has the primary responsibility. But along with government, there are other players, the private sector and your local community. They all have to play a role. And when I say government, I'm referring to all the three tiers of your government: your national government, your state government, and your local governments. These are the stakeholders who have the responsibility to reconstruct, rebuild, and help the region in its recovery. All right? So these are the steps you take, the basic steps as part of disaster management to deal with floods. Now, the same logic will apply for every other disaster as well. That's why I've spent more time on this. All right? There will be some special measures here and there depending on the type of disaster, right? Apart from that, the approach is the same. The implementation of the disaster management cycle and the three phases of the disaster management cycle is the same for all the disasters. Is that clear? So this completes my discussion on floods. We have had a very good detailed discussion. I hope you guys have understood everything. Please let me know if you have any doubts, any questions. I'll try to answer some of them. And after that, we can take up the next disaster, that is droughts. This is the next topic for today. But before that, let me know if you have any doubts, any questions. What is the full form of SAR? I told you yesterday, right? Even today I mentioned that. SAR stands for Search and Rescue Operations. That is, in a disaster, people will be trapped, right? They'll be caught in flood waters. They won't be able to swim. During earthquakes, people will be trapped under buildings which have crashed. So those people have to be rescued, right? During a cyclone, fishermen could be caught in the sea. Their boats might be trapped in the sea. So you have to reach out to them and rescue them. So that is called search and rescue operations, or SAR operations. Janvi is asking, can you please explain the concept of integrated watershed management? See, it's very simple. In any drainage basin, now let's say there is a river. Let's take, for example, the Kaveri River. Where does the Kaveri River flow? It flows from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu, right? That's the broad catchment area of the Kaveri River. It flows through major districts like Mysore, Mandya, then Tanjore, and other major places in Tamil Nadu. Now, managing how this water flows in the main Kaveri River and its tributaries is called watershed management. Right? There will be many tributaries. There will be some distributaries as well. And you have the main river channel. So how the water flows, how the water is caught in the catchment area, how it accumulates into the tributaries, how it joins the main river, how the water finally drains into the sea. Right? Managing this entire water flow in that given area is watershed development. How do you manage water flow? By building dams, by building canals, by building embankments, barrages. You control the flow of the water. You utilize some of the water for irrigation. You use some of the water for drinking water, for industrial usage, for hydropower generation, right? So allocating the usage and managing the usage is watershed management. Is that clear? So to manage these water bodies, there will be concerned authorities set up at the state level, and you also have a central level authority for that. So they implement these watershed programs. States have the prime responsibility with regard to watershed management. So for every river, for every major drainage area, there will be a watershed management authority. So based on scientific studies, based on the requirement of the region, they will plan the utilization of the water. Accordingly, the projects will be executed, and that is how the flow of water is managed. So if you can do this effectively, you can minimize the impact of floods. You can prevent it if possible, or at least reduce the impact of floods. So watershed management is crucial to manage the flow of water in a given river. Explain flood diversion, Garima is asking. Flood diversion is about diverting the flood water. Now imagine in one particular channel of the river, there is a massive flood happening. The excess water can be diverted. If you have enough projects built before, right, you can divert the surplus water into another deficit area. Have you heard of the interlinking of rivers project? Right? The National Interlinking of Rivers project. The idea is to interlink the rivers, different drainage channels to be interconnected, so that where there is excess flow, where there are floods happening, the surplus water can be diverted, can be transported to deficit areas. That is one concept of flood diversion. Similarly, at a smaller level, by creating embankments and barrages, you can divert the flow of the water. If water is flowing in just one channel with very high velocity, you can break the flow of the water and distribute it to different channels so that no region needs to be flooded. So that is called flood diversion. What is reducing runoff? Runoff is the surface runoff, the speed, the velocity with which water is flowing on the surface. So if you can reduce the flow of water, the speed with which water is flowing, you can manage the flood. Correct? There are many ways to reduce runoff. One is by protecting your forests, by protecting the tree cover and the vegetation. That will naturally cut the speed with which water is flowing, right? Next is through your structural measures, through your dams, embankments, barrages. So you build these measures, you protect the natural buffers as well to reduce the surface runoff, to keep the flow of water under check. That is when floods can be prevented and mitigated. Any other question? Saurav is asking, please explain the cloudburst point. I told you yesterday itself, I'll not explain cloudburst right now. We'll come to it later. It's a separate topic in itself. We will understand cloudburst separately. Don't worry. Madhur is asking, can you tell the major reason for floods in Himachal Pradesh and Punjab area recently? As I explained, the latest floods in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, in Punjab, in Delhi is mainly because of heavy, intense rainfall and cloudbursts. These two events have led to flash floods in Himachal, in Uttarakhand. It has led to flooding of the Yamuna, flooding of the Ravi, the Satluj, and the Bias, causing floods in Punjab and Haryana as well. It's mainly due to heavy rainfall during the monsoon season, right? Michael is asking, can waters in flooding rivers be diverted to areas with drought? Yes, that is the plan for interlinking river project, right? The national plan for interlinking of rivers plans to divert the water from flooded rivers into the arid regions, the drought hit areas. But interlinking of river project has its own challenges, its own concerns, right? We will discuss that. I'll come to that point later. We will talk about the pros and cons of the interlinking of river project. Watershed development. I just explained what is watershed development. Godavari is asking, can land sink can also cause floods? If you're referring to landslip or a landslide, as I told you, yes, they can cause floods, which I've already explained many times. Landslides directly contribute to floods as well. Payal, Chituri are asking questions on earthquake and landslides. Again, don't worry, we'll come to it. We are yet to discuss those disasters. We will discuss landslides in detail. We will discuss earthquakes in detail. Please hold on. Deepika is asking, sir, what do you mean by water contouring? How can it help in flood management? Water contouring is again shaping the river channels. What do you mean by contour or contouring? Contouring is the shaping, right? By shaping the river channels through these projects, through watershed management projects, you alter the flow of the water, right? By pushing some water for irrigation canals, by pushing some water for industrial usage, for drinking purposes, for hydropower generation, right? You contour the flow of the water, you shape the flow of the water. This is nothing but watershed management, right? So through projects like dams, barrages, embankments, canals, you shape the way in which water flows. You shape the flow of the river itself. That is called water contouring, which is an integral part of watershed management. Please summarize disaster management cycle. Then it means you didn't attend the class yesterday, right? Disaster management cycle, I've explained it for more than 45 minutes, talking about each and every step under the disaster management cycle. So please don't expect me to repeat the points of the previous class. Please go back and watch the session. You'll understand. Plus, even today, when talking about floods, I gave you an idea about what is the disaster management cycle. We looked at different steps involved in 3 phases of disaster management cycle, right? So that will give you an idea. Please go back and watch yesterday's session as well. All right. So guys, these are some questions. Now I think we can take a short break. Let's take a 15 minutes break. Right now it is 7:32. Let's try to come back by 7:47. All right. I'll see you in 15 minutes. We'll come back and we'll take up the next disaster, that is drought. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. Now, let's begin with the next hazard, that is drought. Drought is one of the most serious disasters that can occur as it disproportionately affects the rural agrarian economy. It's very, very important to focus on this disaster because it has a disproportionate impact, meaning it has a larger impact on rural areas. It primarily affects agriculture, it affects our farmers, and thus, drought has a widespread socio-economic impact. So, it's important to know what is a drought, what causes these drought conditions, what are the different types of droughts that exist, and we should also discuss why droughts are a serious concern for the rural economy. We should mainly focus on the socio-economic aspect of droughts. Once we understand this, then we can discuss the disaster management measures that can be taken to deal with the impact of droughts. So, a drought is essentially a shortage of water, as simple as that. If floods are caused by excess water, droughts are caused by shortage of water. So, water scarcity, scarcity in water availability and water supply in the atmosphere, in the surface, and also in the groundwater table is what is referred to as a drought condition. It's mainly a result of low rainfall, or in some cases, no rainfall at all in some regions. So, the shortage of precipitation or below average precipitation in a given area, in a given region, causes the scarcity of water. It affects water availability and water supply in the atmosphere, in the surface, and also in the groundwater table. Because, see, in the atmosphere, we have moisture that is present. Atmospheric moisture is critical for various life systems to sustain. Water presence on the surface, that is in your rivers, lakes, etc., is crucial for human survival, for life to survive, right? For animals, birds, plants, and for human beings, for drinking water, for irrigation, for industrial usage. For all these applications, surface water is critical. Then your groundwater table, which is crucial for irrigation and drinking water purposes. These sources of water are extremely crucial for sustaining life, for supporting our economy. But due to low rainfall or below average precipitation in a given region over a period of time, there will be water scarcity. There will be a shortage in water supply, and this condition is called a drought. Is that clear? That is the basic definition of a drought. Now, please understand that drought is a recurrent feature of climate. It's a climate associated phenomena. It is primarily seen in arid, semi-arid regions. Arid, semi-arid regions are the ones which are primarily affected by drought. Now take Rajasthan for example, right? Parts of Gujarat, parts of Madhya Pradesh, parts of interior Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Telangana. These are some of the arid, semi-arid regions in our country which historically receive less rainfall, which is a feature of the climate in this region. It's part of the climatic regime of this region. The region is expected to receive low rainfall. Even if this rainfall is affected, even if the low rainfall is not received in adequate quantities, it creates water scarcity immediately in the arid, semi-arid regions. Is that clear? But however, drought and aridity are not the same. Aridity is a permanent feature. An arid region will remain arid for millions of years. It's a permanent feature of climate of a given region. Now, Rajasthan will remain an arid desert, a dry desert for millions of years. It has been like that for millions of years. It will remain like that for millions of years. So it is more or less a permanent feature of climate. So aridity is a permanent feature, whereas drought is a temporary aberration. It is a result of seasonal changes that happen in rainfall. The seasonal changes in the quantity of rainfall received is what causes a drought. Droughts can happen in other parts as well, not just in arid, semi-arid regions. Even in places that receive good rainfall or moderate rainfall, even such regions, if they witness below average precipitation, if there is lower than average rainfall, even these places can suffer from drought conditions. All right? So drought and aridity is not the same. Don't assume that droughts always happen in arid, semi-arid regions. Generally, yes, in arid, semi-arid regions, that is where you often witness drought conditions. But it can occur in other places as well. Even in Western Ghats, right? Or maybe even in areas where you have tropical deciduous forests. Even in Northeast India, it is possible for a drought situation to occur due to below average rainfall. Drought is a temporary situation that might last from one season or 1 year going up to few years or maybe a decade. So it's a temporary aberration in the climate of the region, in the weather and climatic patterns of the region. All right. Whereas aridity is a permanent feature of climate. Aridity does not change. Now, all of a sudden, Rajasthan will not become an evergreen forest. Right? Rajasthan will remain a dry, arid desert for millions of years. That's a permanent feature of climate. But the shortage of rainfall and the scarcity of water causes a temporary condition called drought. And it's a temporary aberration. It's an abnormal phenomena that happens. It might last only 1 year. It can last 2 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years. Sometimes it can even last a decade. Is that clear? So shortage of rainfall is the primary reason that causes drought. It could be due to natural factors. Natural causes might also be responsible for the low rainfall. And climate change, that is man-made climate change, can aggravate the impact. Is that clear? So man-made climate change and global warming, which is disrupting the weather and climatic patterns, can affect rainfall received in a region in the long term. This along with natural causes. For example, the El Nino phenomena, right? El Nino, La Nina phenomena. It has an impact on the Indian monsoons. I'm sure you would have studied that in geography. El Nino, La Nina refers to a abnormal temperature condition in the central Pacific between Australia and Peru. In those Pacific waters, in the central southern Pacific, the water temperature there has a direct impact on Indian monsoons. So generally, El Nino is believed to be good for Indian monsoons. El Nino is a season where the temperature in the Pacific is slightly below normal. Colder waters are seen near Peruvian coast, which positively influences the Indian monsoon. It has a positive impact, right? And the opposite is true. So drought conditions are essentially a temporary aberration happening over few seasons, maybe 1 year or 2, 3 years or 4 to 5 years. If there is a repeated shortage of rainfall in a given region, it causes water scarcity. The water scarcity is what creates a drought condition, the lack of availability of water. So this has a huge environmental impact. It has an impact on agriculture. It has an impact on the economy itself. But the worst part is that droughts are extremely dangerous for the rural economy. The biggest impact, immediate impact, is felt on agriculture, on the animal husbandry industry, on the cultivation of crops. So it affects the farmers, it affects the poor people first, right? They take the disproportionate impact because the shortage of food will cause a price rise, it will lead to inflation. So after destroying the rural agrarian economy, then it will affect the rest of the economy, the rest of the country. Everybody will pay the price, even those in cities, right? Even those who have access to water will be affected by the economic and social impact. But it happens later. The immediate impact is felt by the rural areas, by the farmers, by the poor people, because they are at a disadvantage. The concern about drought is that it is very, very difficult to estimate when the drought has begun, when it will end. You can't determine the start and end of a drought condition so easily because a drought is a slow disaster. It is not instantaneous, unlike your other disasters. Understood? Drought is not an instantaneous disaster. Now look at floods, look at cyclones, tsunami, or earthquakes. They are instantaneous disasters. They happen within minutes, within hours, or maybe with few days' notice. Correct? So when disasters are instantaneous, we know when the disaster is happening, when it begins, when it ends. We know which region has been hit, and we all pay more attention to instantaneous events. That is human nature, right? Now, when floods happened in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, immediately national media paid all the attention to the flood situation. Similarly, when cyclone Biparjoy recently hit Gujarat and the west coast of India, there was a lot of attention on the cyclone and its impact, right? There was media attention, government attention, because it's an instantaneous event happening within few hours and few days. But if it's a slow disaster happening in remote areas where you can't identify the start and end of the disaster, right? In such cases, enough attention is not paid to the disaster itself. Is that clear? Since it's difficult to determine the beginning and the end of the event, since it's not a breaking news, enough attention will not be paid to this slow kill disaster. It will happen slowly over a period of time, over weeks, months, and years. It'll mainly affect rural, remote areas. So as a result, the governments, the public, the media may not pay enough attention to this disaster. Is that clear? So the duration of a drought can range anywhere between few months to few years, going up to a decade. There could be shortage of rainfall in one particular season. Maybe for 1 year, the monsoons have been affected, right? But next year, normal monsoons might come back. So a region might suffer drought only for few months. But sometimes the drought condition can extend over multiple rainy seasons. Over 2 to 3 years, the drought can extend. The shortage of rainfall can be seen over 3 to 4 years, causing long-term drought in a particular region. So the duration of this disaster can range from few months to few years. This is what makes droughts very different from your other regular disasters. It is not instantaneous. It happens very slowly. It's very difficult to determine when it begins, when it ends, and it ranges from few months to few years, not few hours to few days. Is that clear? So there is no clear indicator. It's very hard to determine the onset. It's also hard to estimate the actual impact. Because see, in an earthquake or a flood, there are few buildings which are destroyed, few infrastructure projects which are destroyed. You can quantify the damage. In case of instantaneous disasters, you can understand the impact and you can put a number that this is the loss that has happened. These many crore rupees have been lost. This is the economic loss. These many lives were lost. But in case of drought, you can't pinpoint the actual damage. You can't determine the lives that are lost. You can't actually exactly determine the exact extent of the economic damages that are suffered by the economy. You can't quantify the social losses that happen. So drought is actually much more dangerous because since it's a slow disaster, enough attention is not paid to it, and it's hard to determine the onset, very hard to examine and estimate the severity. So this makes drought a disproportionate disaster on the poor and the rural families. The rural areas, farmers, and the poor sections of the society, they suffer the most. And also the region that is affected, the area which is affected is much, much larger compared to your other disasters. A cyclone will affect maybe few districts or a state, right? Other disasters like landslides or a flash flood, it will affect only few specific locations at a given point in time. But drought is not like that. Drought affects a very large spatial area. It can affect multiple districts, entire state, or multiple states. So droughts occur over a much larger geographical area as compared to your other disasters. The impact is very hard to quantify because the true impact is felt over few years. Is that clear? Later, I'll discuss the impact in detail. I'll explain the economic, social impact in more detail. So you'll understand why it is difficult to measure and quantify the losses that occur because of drought. Is that clear? So this is something that you should understand about drought as a disaster. It is a slow disaster, very difficult to determine the onset and the end, difficult to quantify the actual impact, and it affects a larger area and it is not instantaneous. It is spread over few months to few years, thereby reducing the attention that is paid to the disaster. All right. Now let me explain the different types of droughts that exist. There are three types of droughts. We have meteorological drought, hydrological drought, and agricultural drought. This is very important for your mains and even for your prelims. There can be a very basic question in your prelims on the types of drought. Or in mains as well, UPSC can ask you to explain what is drought and the different types of droughts and examine its impact. Meteorological drought occurs due to shortage of rainfall over one monsoon season. In one monsoon season, that is in a given year, during the rainy season, if adequate rainfall is not received, if there is below average rainfall in a given region, it causes a shortage of water. There will be a lack of availability of water, which is below normal levels. So this shortage of rainfall persisting over one season, over one monsoon period, is called meteorological drought. It's a result of meteorological weather-based phenomena. Right? There are many conditions that can cause this. Monsoons can be affected because of the El Nino, La Nina condition, because of western disturbances. It depends on other factors in the Indian Ocean as well, the amount of moisture which is picked up, the trade winds which is moving towards the Indian subcontinent. So there are many factors that play a role. The temperature in the Tibetan plateau, the pressure levels across the Indian subcontinent, all these factors, all these geographical factors which you would have studied in Indian geography, they play a role in determining rainfall in every season. So in a given monsoon season, if there is a shortage of rainfall and if it leads to a shortage of water availability, this type of drought is called meteorological drought. It will last for just one season, for one particular year in that particular monsoon rainy season. The impact will be felt throughout that year. Now, if this condition persists for 2 years, 3 years, then it becomes hydrological drought. Imagine if rainfall is below normal for 2 to 3 consecutive years in a particular region, let's say in interior Maharashtra, in the Vidarbha Amravati region, which is a semi-arid region. Let's say for 2 3 years, monsoons have repeatedly failed. Or let's say in Karnataka or in Tamil Nadu, monsoon has failed repeatedly. There is below average rainfall for 2 to 3 years. So if meteorological drought persists over a couple of seasons or maybe over 3 seasons, then water supply in your surface level water bodies will be affected. That is, water availability in the rivers, lakes will be affected. Your rivers will start drying up. There won't be enough water stored in the dams, lakes and ponds, wetlands. They'll all start drying up. This shortage of surface level water is called hydrological drought. Is that clear? At the surface level, your water bodies will start drying out within 2 to 3 years, and this lack of water availability is called a hydrological drought. Now, if these conditions persist for 3, 4, or 5 years, all right, this can happen over 2 to 3 years. Hydrological drought will occur over 2 to 3 years. But if it persists for 3 to 5 years, then we witness agricultural drought. Agricultural drought is triggered by meteorological and hydrological drought. If there is a shortage of rainfall for 3 to 5 years consecutively, and if your surface level water has already dried out, if it has been completely utilized, then you will start witnessing complete dry out of soil moisture, a complete inadequacy of water for agriculture. Even your groundwater will not be available. The subsurface water would also have been overexploited during hydrological drought. When rivers and lakes dry out, right, we depend on the groundwater table. We would have overexploited the groundwater table, causing water shortage in the subsurface level as well. So as a result, soil moisture will start depreciating. If soil moisture goes away, then this land will become barren. Such a land, it will become unsuitable for cultivation. No crops will grow or sustain. The land will lose its fertility. The land will lose its fertility. It basically becomes a barren land with no vegetation, and it starts undergoing degradation. Is that clear? What will happen if crops are not grown for 2 3 years due to shortage of water? Right? The soil loses all the moisture, the essential nutrients. The land becomes barren. It becomes completely unfit for agriculture. And as a result, the land becomes exposed to the elements, to the natural elements. Wind will start acting. It will start eroding the soil. The land will further degrade, causing long-term land degradation, and it could even contribute to desertification. Right? The desert areas will start expanding and spreading. If drought persists for 3 to 5 years, you will see a much larger impact lasting that entire decade. You will see that a lot of agricultural land will go barren, the land will degrade, and because of erosion, right, because of the weathering elements, the land will become a desert. Essentially, the desertification process will set in. So this is extremely dangerous for the rural economy, right? It begins as a meteorological drought. If normal rainfall does not come back in the next season, by the second year, you will start seeing that rivers and lakes will start going dry. Basically, you will enter hydrological drought. We overexploit the groundwater table, we'll exhaust groundwater resources as well. So by third year, almost all the water supply is exhausted. Even then, if the drought conditions persist, if there is low rainfall even after that, then we start witnessing the start of agricultural drought, where soil moisture will completely disappear. That contributes to degradation of the land, which essentially leads to desertification. Is that clear? So that is the devastating impact of drought, particularly on the agriculture and also on the environment. So droughts will affect the plants, animals, the birds, the aquatic life, and of course, human beings as well. Droughts have a widespread impact on the entire environment. The productivity of the land itself will go down. So due to the absence of water, right, whatever is remaining, whatever small pools of water are left, they become highly polluted. Because if there isn't enough water flow in your rivers, in the lakes, the stagnant water, which becomes turbid with all the sediments, waste, etc., it becomes highly polluted and unfit for consumption. It will result in the spread of diseases. It will have a huge ecological impact, even leading to the outbreak of several pest infestations and the spread of dangerous diseases. Is that clear? It can threaten the ecosystem itself. It can upset the balance in the ecology, and it can disrupt the food chain. So plants, animals, birds, aquatic life, and humans, they will all be affected due to the shortage of water. And it leaves behind a devastating socio-economic impact. Since cropping fails entirely, and there could be spread of diseases as well, the poor people, farmers, then laborers, they take the biggest impact. Is that clear? Slowly the agricultural yield will start dropping. Crops will fail eventually. It will lead to shortage of food. And when there is a shortage of food supply, what will happen? Prices will increase, right? The food production cost will increase. So as prices increase, it leads to inflation in the economy. It will affect food security of the people. There won't be enough nutritious food available to feed the country. Again, upper classes, the middle classes, those in cities may not feel the impact right away, right? They just have to pay higher prices, which they can afford. But the real impact is borne by the poor population, by the lower classes, by the farmers, by the agrarian economy. Inflation will directly affect food security and eventually causes hunger and malnutrition. As you know, malnutrition can lead to several deficiencies and diseases, and hunger can even cause death. Correct? Malnutrition is very dangerous, especially for kids, for pregnant women, for old people. It causes several deficiencies of critical nutrients, leading to several health disorders and diseases. Hunger can drive people towards eventual death. There are several hunger-related deaths that happen during drought seasons. So as farmers suffer a complete loss, their debt burden will also go up, because farmers will lose their income, their livelihood. They won't even have enough water and resources left to feed the cattle, to take care of the animals that they are rearing. So animal husbandry will collapse in case of a worst case situation. So with no source of alternate income, farming will fail, the rural economy will fail, and farmers desperately will start taking loans from money lenders, right? To survive, to sustain. They will increase their debt burden, which eventually leads to farmer suicides. Is that clear? Now, why do you think farmer suicides is extremely high in the Vidarbha Amravati region of Maharashtra, even in interior North Karnataka and in interior Telangana, right? Why do you think the farmer suicide rate is very high? If you have read editorials and columns regularly, you would have noticed many articles pointing out the high rate of farmer suicides in Vidarbha region of Maharashtra, North Karnataka, and also in parts of Telangana. The primary reason is drought, the failure of crops. So farmers are pushed into a debt burden and pushes many farmers to commit suicide. These debts are largely unaccounted for, right? These debts are not kept into account. Many debts, they go unreported. Deaths occurring due to diseases, due to hunger, malnutrition, they are not accounted for. They are not there in your official statistics. That's why I told you droughts are much more dangerous as a disaster. Now see, in case of an earthquake or a flood, which is instantaneous, as there is more attention, it's easier to quantify the damage. Better records are available. Better data is maintained as to how many lives were lost, what is the exact damage. But in such a disaster which is affecting a very large region over a long period of time, many of the deaths are unreported, right? Many suicide cases are dismissed. They're not linked with the drought condition. They're not linked with debt burden. Many deaths occurring due to diseases, malnutrition are not accounted as a death resulting from drought. So the true impact is never known in the case of a drought. Is that clear? So it increases inequality in the society. The poor will become even more poor. The income divide will go up. Rural-urban divide will increase, right? Rural areas will become even more backward. And as a result, what will happen? It will trigger large-scale migration. When the rural agrarian economy fails, farmers have no other option left, right? They become displaced. They have no livelihood, no alternate income. They abandon their homes. They pack up everything they have. They leave the villages permanently and they move out with their families towards cities, towards urban areas to find some kind of job at least. This large-scale migration in itself is a big social problem. Our cities are not capable of handling the large migration that can happen from rural areas. There aren't enough jobs available, right? There isn't adequate healthcare and nutrition available. Also, the cost of living is very high in cities. So it leads to many more problems in our urban areas as well. The number of slums will increase, right? The number of poor people will go up. They can't afford healthcare. They can't afford basic nutrition. They can't afford education for their children. So it has a widespread social impact which you can't even measure or quantify. Is that clear? So from education to healthcare to your economy, every sector takes a hit. And eventually it can cause famines where thousands of people could lose their lives due to hunger and malnutrition. Is that clear? So droughts have a disproportionate impact. They have a much larger impact on the weaker sections, on the rural areas, and on the agrarian economy. That is the key point that you need to take away from this argument. Now let's see the hazard vulnerability map of India. Let's understand and identify which are the drought hit regions of the country. The most affected would be the arid, semi-arid regions of Rajasthan and Gujarat, especially the Kutch region, right? The Kutch Peninsula is affected by drought conditions. Then Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, parts of Punjab and Haryana as well. parts of Uttar Pradesh, parts of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana, Karnataka, and the rain shadow area in Tamil Nadu. In geography, you would have studied this. This is the rain shadow area in Tamil Nadu, right? Where Western Ghats blocks out the trade winds, and this rain shadow area present on the other side of Western Ghats does not receive any rainfall during the monsoons, during southwest monsoons. It's only the retreating northeast monsoon that brings in some rainfall here. So these are the areas in our country which primarily witness drought conditions. All right. So Rajasthan, Gujarat have adapted to it because these conditions have persisted for a very long time. But this belt here, the Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana belt, is very, very badly affected. Farmer suicides are very high in this region. Even in the Bundelkhand region, of Madhya Pradesh and UP, that's another badly affected region, right? So the land here has turned barren. That's why you see so many ravines. These are wastelands essentially. If land becomes barren due to lack of vegetation, lack of farming, eventually the soil loses all fertility, moisture goes away, right? Nutrients are destroyed, and eventually the erosion will cause the land to become a wasteland where nothing grows. This leads to formation of ravines. It leads to expansion of desert areas. So that is the long-term impact that will happen over many years. Is that clear? So these are the regions in India which are the most affected by droughts. Now, what can we do with regard to disaster management? How do we manage this slow disaster? What measures can we take under the 3 phases of disaster management cycle? So as part of the first step, the pre-disaster stage, before the disaster can happen, you have to focus on planning and you have to focus on preparedness. So the governments have the prime responsibility to plan and prepare. So what can they do? They have to carry out a risk analysis. That is always the first step. Understand the hazard and understand the vulnerability, and map out the hazard and vulnerability. Identify the high risk areas, right? Determine the exposure through mapping. Determine which regions are the most exposed, which regions are the most vulnerable to the impact of drought. Once this is understood, try and implement an early warning system, right? Again, IMD plays a role here. Since IMD is the nodal agency to track rainfall, below average precipitation will be reported by the IMD. So IMD, along with Ministry of Agriculture, even the Ministry of Rural Development, they all become stakeholders to monitor the drought conditions and work with state governments to declare that a drought has started. So there are many entities involved. Of course, NDMA is always involved. It's the nodal agency for dealing with all disasters. So NDMA, IMD, the Agriculture Ministry, Rural Development Ministry, they collectively work with the state governments to determine the onset of a drought condition, right? So if timely warnings are present, let's say monsoon is failing this year, right? IMD would have given a long-term forecast even before the monsoon begins. So if below average precipitation is expected in certain arid, semi-arid regions, some precautionary measures can be taken. The government can support the farmers. It can provide for water supply. It can encourage crop diversification. There are many measures we can take under disaster management where we can start preparing and assisting the people to at least reduce the impact of drought. We can't prevent the drought from happening. It's beyond human control, right? It happens due to natural causes and also due to long-term climate change that we humans have caused. So we can't prevent droughts from happening, but at least we can mitigate and reduce the impact. So some of the measures we can take in the planning preparedness phase is to conserve the natural buffers. That is essentially conserve your environment, protect your biodiversity, protect the forests, protect your rivers, your lakes, wetlands, etc. They act as a natural buffer, right? They will provide the required resources for some time at least. If you don't overexploit your water, right? If you don't waste water in the rivers and lakes, if you don't overexploit your groundwater table, if you conserve the groundwater table, this will help in overcoming the water deficit. So this requires not just environment conservation and protection of natural buffers, it also requires effective watershed management. It requires efficient irrigation. It requires efficient water projects, water management projects as part of your watershed management program. So how will you manage your water? That is the question. Is that clear? So this has to be efficient. It has to be sustainable. It should focus on reducing water wastage. It should focus on preventing over exploitation of existing water resources. It should focus on water conservation and also protection of ecosystems, afforestation, protection of rivers and lakes. All these measures have to be thought about and implemented as a part of regular governance. You can't wait for the drought to happen, right? In the most prone areas, these measures have to be implemented. You have to focus on efficient, sustainable utilization of the available water. Ensure that watershed management is effective. Create the required irrigation canals, the dams, store enough water, preserve them. Don't waste the water, don't overexploit the groundwater table especially. Right? In India, that's one of the biggest challenges. We have already overexploited the groundwater table, and farmers especially, right? Since Indian agriculture is heavily monsoon dependent, if rainfall fails even for one season, immediately we will overexploit the groundwater table. The overexploitation of groundwater table has affected water availability, and there is a lot of water wastage happening as well in our country when there is water shortage in other parts of the country. So water conservation is important. Promoting the recharge of groundwater table, promoting rainwater harvesting, promoting afforestation, protecting all ecosystems, especially rivers, lakes, and wetlands. All these are critical measures that have to be taken. You can even consider large-scale structural interventions like river interlinking project, where the surplus can be transferred to deficit basins. By interlinking rivers, right? Rivers which are prone to flooding. From there, the surplus water can be diverted, stored in dams, and it can be shifted to another basin where there is a shortage of water. So on paper, theoretically, it sounds like a great solution, right? Since many years, India has been considering a national river interlinking project, right? It was pushed by the Vajpayee government. Even now, there is a lot of discussion, a lot of push for the river interlinking project. But these projects come with their own risks. There are a lot of concerns, major concerns with such river interlinking projects. Currently, we have taken up one major river interlinking project, which is the Ken-Betwa link in Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, the Ken and Betwa rivers are being interconnected, where surplus from one river can be transferred into another river where there is a deficit. This helps in managing floods and managing droughts, right? So on paper, it is definitely a fantastic idea. But the problem is, if you try to do this on a national level, if you try to interlink multiple rivers, under this mega initiative, there are at least around 80 interlinking projects that have been proposed. But the problem is these projects are very, very expensive. The money required is massive. They are very challenging to execute. It could even have an adverse impact on the environment. If you're changing the flow of water on such a large scale, transferring surplus water from one river to another, to a deficit river, right? Such a large scale intervention can result in many unaccounted changes. It will affect the environment, it could affect animals and birds, it could affect the groundwater table. Now, Ken-Betwa link itself is very controversial project. It has led to submergence of few protected areas in Madhya Pradesh, which is actually a tiger reserve. Is that clear? The Pench Tiger Reserve is under threat because several dams and barrages have to be built to transfer the water, and that leads to creation of backwaters. So when these projects are built, some of the land will get submerged. So protected areas, key forests could be threatened by submergence, which could affect many other species as well, including threatened species like tigers. It could affect the percolation of water into the groundwater table. It could have a much larger impact on the weather processes in the region, right? It could affect humidity levels. It could affect the temperature. So there are a lot of changes that might happen which we can't account for. And it could have an adverse impact on the environment, which could again affect us negatively. Plus, these projects are very expensive. The capital requirement is high. The kind of construction you have to carry out is massive. That itself will cause more pollution, more environmental damage, and they are very, very challenging to execute. It's not so easy to interlink two river basins. It sounds good on paper. Theoretically, it's a great idea. But executing it on the ground is very challenging. Plus, there could be many adverse consequences that we can't think of. Is that clear? So, the topic of river interlinking is a controversial topic. It's a debatable topic. There are those who support it. There are those who criticize it. But the government feels that this is a solution and it's trying to push as many projects as possible. That's why the Ken-Betwa project has been taken up. All right. So experts see this as a solution. They see this as one of the solutions to tackle floods and droughts by transferring the surplus from one basin to another basin where there is a deficit. Next, crop insurance for farmers to protect them and to transfer the financial risk. Right? We have many agricultural crop insurance available, which is supported by the government. Then livelihood planning to ensure that our farmers have alternate income on which they can rely upon, even if the crops fail. Even if agriculture fails, right, farmers should have adequate livelihood opportunities. For example, the Manrega scheme, the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. It has been a game changer in the rural economy of India. This flagship program launched by the then Manmohan Singh government, it's still being continued even under the Modi government. It has been a critical program supporting livelihoods in rural areas by providing cash into the hands of rural families in exchange for manual labor that they do in the rural areas. Is that clear? This helps in sustaining the families, in sustaining rural demand, and thus it supports the economy as well. Then better land use planning will be needed, especially with regard to agriculture. We have to promote crop diversification, invest in drought resistant farming. Today, thanks to advances in technology, thanks to the advances in farm technology, in genetic engineering, it is possible to produce drought resistant crops. For example, few crops are naturally less water intensive, like pulses, for example, right? Compared to rice or sugarcane, fruits and vegetables, which are very water dependent, they require a lot of water to grow. Crops like pulses, millets, they are naturally less water intensive. They require less water to grow. That's why the government gives a push for growing more pulses and millets. Is that clear? And you can produce drought resistant crops as well through changes, through hybrid plants, genetically engineered crops, etc. For example, Israel is a leader. Israel being a desert country, right? It faces a severe challenge of water scarcity. So Israel has deployed science and technology to come out with efficient irrigation methods like drip irrigation, smart irrigation, where sensors and technology is used. Even artificial intelligence is being deployed in the farms, in agriculture, right, to manage water supply. Similarly, Israel has pioneered drought-resistant farming. Along with efficient water conservation and irrigation, Israel has come up with drought-resistant crops. So those are technologies India is also working on. Along with efficient irrigation to minimize water wastage, focus is also on drought-resistant farming to come out with such variety of plants and crops which require less water to grow, which can survive even in drought conditions. So they will guarantee an alternate income for the farmers. It will help sustain the agrarian economy. But parallelly, the government will have to strengthen the socio-economic welfare measures. Because once the drought starts, right, farmers who are affected, their nutrition, their education, healthcare, everything gets compromised. That is where the government has to step in. Provide for easier access to education. Provide better nutrition. Increase the food security programs. Increase the coverage of food security programs like PDS, Public Distribution System. Right? For example, this was done during COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic broke out and lockdowns were imposed, it led to a large-scale reverse migration of people from cities back to villages. The manual laborers, daily wage workers, they lost their jobs for months together. So it was expected to increase hunger and malnutrition. So to prevent that, the government expanded the food security programs and launched a dedicated program as well, the Antyodaya Anna Yojana, to provide more food grains into the hands of poor people to support their basic nutrition requirements. So there should be an expansion of welfare schemes. The government has to spend more, provide more investments, more subsidies to support the rural economy and the agrarian economy. Clear the pending loans to ensure that farmers don't fall under a debt burden and they don't commit suicide. Encourage farmers to take loans from banks, from financial institutions, not from money lenders. Right? These are some basic measures that have to be taken. So all these measures have to be contemplated. So during disaster, there could be heat wave conditions, there will be shortage of water, there could be outbreak of diseases. So all these conditions have to be managed. You need better healthcare surveillance, right, to keep track of spread of diseases. There should be a dedicated intervention to provide at least drinking water. You can restrict the other usages of water, the unnecessary usage of water. You can prohibit the usage of water for cleaning purposes. You can prohibit usage of water for recreational purposes, right? Like you can prohibit the operation of swimming pools. You can shut down any recreational parks that are present. So such unnecessary water wastage can be curbed to save precious water and instead use that for drinking and at least provide for drinking water in these regions. So all these comprehensive measures are needed, which have to be thought about as part of the disaster management cycle. During disaster, of course, compensation has to be provided. And after the disaster, after the drought ends, the government has to keep a watch to look out for the economic impact, the social impact. So welfare programs have to continue even after the drought ends. Just because rainfall comes back, just because water levels are back, doesn't mean the impact will end, right? The loss in education, the loss in nutrition, that will continue to have a impact for many more years. The income disparity, the income inequality which has been created will continue for many more years. So that's why the government will have to persist with the economic welfare measures to support the people, the weaker sections, to deal with the impact of the drought. Is that clear? So basically, Agriculture Ministry, Rural Development Ministry, and few concerned ministries like health, education, etc. They play a critical role in working with state governments and the district authorities in implementing all these measures. Is that clear? So this completes the discussion on disaster management for droughts. What kind of measures can be taken to manage the drought conditions? Now let's move towards the last part of the discussion. Let's take a look at some of the programs that India has implemented to manage droughts in the past. We will take a brief look at some of the previous programs. All the details are not needed. These are all very old programs. Remember the name of the program, when it was launched, and what was the focus of the program. That is more than enough. All right. There were three major programs implemented in India to deal with drought. All right. We'll discuss all three. Based on that, we have new programs today which are in place. We'll look at them as well so that you get a full understanding of what the government has done to deal with droughts. The first major program that was launched was the Drought Prone Area Program, DPAP, launched in 1973 by the then Indira Gandhi government to deal with droughts and famine conditions across the country. I hope you know that in 1970s, India was still not self-reliant in agriculture, right? Until 1960s, until the Green Revolution happened, we were dependent on food imports. Green Revolution brought about a big change. Our agricultural productivity increased. We started producing enough food grains and essential food supplies to support our population. But still the problems persisted. The nutritional problems, healthcare problems, the inefficiency of the agriculture, problems created by Green Revolution, right? They all persisted. So a dedicated program was launched specifically meant for drought hit areas. The focus was to assist the population in the drought affected areas by protecting the land, water, livestock, and the ecology. Is that clear? This program focused on soil conservation, water conservation, protecting the tree cover, protecting the livestock, restructuring the cropping pattern, that is encouraging farmers to diversify and grow different crops which are drought resistant, which require less water, changing the agricultural and economic practices to make it more efficient, creating alternate sources of income. These were some of the focus areas of the drought prone area program. Since we can't prevent droughts, We can at least assist the affected areas and the people, right? So this program mainly focused on land conservation, that is to protect the fertility, ensure that the soil is protected, prevent desertification, protect the water sources through efficient irrigation, by managing the watershed area, by conserving the groundwater table, right? All those measures were taken up under this program. Natural buffers like forests were conserved through emphasis on afforestation measures. Livestock and cattle were protected because that can be a big source of income, alternate income for the farmers. If you can provide enough water and feed for the cattle, right, it's easier to take care of them compared to growing crops in a drought hit area. So even if crops fail, the livestock can survive, which becomes a major source of revenue for the farmers. So all these measures were promoted, including crop diversification, to switch our agricultural practices. Instead of just growing few crops which are water intensive, more support was given to diversify the cropping structure and to change the inefficient economic and agricultural practices. The focus was on reducing food wastage, improving logistics, right? So that the food wastage can be reduced and nutrition, food security levels can be taken care of. So many such measures were taken up under this program. Next, in 1977-78, a related program was launched called the Desert Development Program. The entire focus of this program was to restore the ecological balance in drought-hit areas. To restore the ecological balance in drought-hit areas with the help of the community. At the village level, the community was roped in to work with the government in order to protect the ecological balance, to protect the land, and thus prevent desertification. Because if you don't deal with it, if you allow crops to fail repeatedly, if you allow the ecology to be destroyed because of drought, the soil will be exposed to the wind. Soil would lose its nutrients, moisture would already be absent because of the drought. Now the wind will start blowing apart the soil and it leads to degradation of the land. You'll reach a point where nothing will grow on this land. The land will become barren. The land becomes degraded and eventually it will start turning into a desert. The whole focus of this program was to prevent that, to prevent desertification and land degradation. The primary focus was to prevent land degradation and desertification. So such conservation measures were taken up through better management of water supply in the region. Efficient watershed management and efficient cropping and protection of the natural buffers will help in tackling desertification and land degradation. So these measures were implemented under the DDP program launched in 1977-78. Then the third initiative was the Integrated Wasteland Development Project. A special project was launched to manage wastelands, basically barren lands, to prevent lands from going barren through better watershed management. Right? If you can provide water even during a drought season, right, it is possible through better irrigation, through better watershed planning, you can conserve some water in your rivers, lakes, at the groundwater table. And if you can efficiently distribute this water, you can prevent the land from turning into wasteland. You can prevent the land from turning barren. So Integrated Wasteland Development Project became the third project focused on drought-hit areas. So these were some steps taken in 1970s, 1980s. All these programs were eventually merged into one single initiative known as the Integrated Watershed Management Program that was started in 1995. All the three programs we discussed, the drought prone area program, the desert development program, and integrated wasteland development project, all the three were subsumed into one mega initiative, one umbrella initiative called Integrated Watershed Management Program. This merger was carried out based on the recommendations of the Hanumantrao Committee. The CH Hanumantrao Committee recommended that we should have a single focus on drought hit areas. There's no point in having three different schemes and projects. It will result in overlap and wastage of resources. So Hanumantrao Committee recommended that we should merge the three schemes, and accordingly the program was restructured and a new umbrella program was launched called Integrated Watershed Management Program. It included all the components of the three previous programs. Now today, as of today, this program has become a part, it's one of the components of the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, which is a flagship scheme of Prime Minister Modi. The Modi government has launched an ambitious initiative to provide for efficient irrigation and efficient watershed management. It's called Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. So under this program, the Integrated Watershed Management Program was subsumed when it was launched in 2015-2016. Is that clear? So as part of this mega irrigation scheme, the previous Integrated Watershed Management Program has been subsumed, and it's one of the key components of the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. It mainly focuses on better irrigation, efficient management of water, better watershed planning, minimizing water wastage, promoting water conservation, promoting afforestation. These are the focus areas of this initiative. We have a similar initiative called Neeranchal, which is supported by the World Bank, and it has been implemented in some select states which are affected by droughts. It's a World Bank sponsored initiative along with the Government of India and the concerned state governments. It was implemented from 2016 to 2020. The Neeranchal initiative. Again, the focus was on watershed management. The prime focus of Neeranchal was to support the Integrated Watershed Management Program under the Krishi Sinchai Yojana to provide for efficient irrigation, to provide for efficient management of water so that we can overcome the impact of drought in some of the affected states. Is that clear? So under Neeranchal, a lot of steps have been taken to improve agricultural practices, to make it more efficient, less water intensive, to encourage farmers to grow other crops that are drought resistant, to move away from water intensive crops like rice, sugarcane, etc. It has focused on water management practices, protection of the environment, supporting rural livelihoods and incomes. So all such measures were implemented through Neeranchal, which is seen as part of the Integrated Watershed Management Program. Then we also have the Jal Shakti Abhiyan under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Under Jal Shakti Abhiyan, the ministry is trying to provide water supply, drinking water supply to all the households. And one of the priorities here is water conservation. Water conservation is a top focus of Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Even this helps in tackling drought. Is that clear? It focuses on reducing water wastage. Reducing water wastage and focuses on promoting water harvesting and water conservation. That is the priority of this initiative. So under the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, the government is encouraging rainwater harvesting, to collect rainwater in tanks and ponds that can be used for irrigation and other purposes. It's focused on renovating wells and water tanks and ponds at the village level to provide enough water during the summer season. It promotes the reuse of water, right? Water which is used for cleaning can be reused for other purposes. So this is a priority, including afforestation under Jal Shakti Abhiyan. The focus here is water conservation. Then we also have Atal Bhujal Yojana, focused on our groundwater table. The priority here is to prevent the over-exploitation of our groundwater table. Right now, this is the biggest challenge. In fact, Niti Aayog has brought out a report recently that highlights the risk because of groundwater over-exploitation. The report shows that many Indian cities and rural areas will run out of groundwater because of the over-exploitation that we have caused. Right? There are millions of bore wells that have been dug in the country. Farmers and industries, even residential areas, they have depended heavily on groundwater. They have over-exploited the groundwater, thus causing a shortage and depletion of the groundwater table. According to this study conducted by Niti Aayog, many cities, many rural areas will run out of groundwater in the coming years. So here the focus is on promoting groundwater recharge and promoting the conservation of our groundwater table. Is that clear? You can improve the percolation of water into the groundwater table, right? Rainwater harvesting can help here. The water collected from rainfall can be channeled into the groundwater table to increase percolation, thus support the recharge of the groundwater table. So these conservation measures are being implemented to reduce wastage and to promote sustainable use of the water resource. Water is a critical resource, a precious resource, which can help us fight drought conditions. So that is the focus of Jal Shakti Abhiyan and Atal Bhujal Yojana, whereas Neeranchal and the Krishi Sinchai Yojana, which includes the watershed management program, they are focused on efficient usage of water along with afforestation and other related measures. So if you can broadly remember these schemes and their focus areas, it is more than enough. I know some of the schemes look similar. That's why the three old schemes were merged into one. All right. So please remember the new initiatives. The Krishi Sinchai Yojana, which includes the integrated watershed management program, the Neeranchal initiative that was sponsored by World Bank, and these conservation measures, Jal Shakti Abhiyan and Atal Bhujal Yojana. These are long-term measures. These are dedicated interventions being carried out by the government in the drought-hit areas of the country. Is that clear? So apart from this, government should expand the socio-economic welfare measures. Like Manrega, for example, has received less priority in the last few years. The government has been criticized for reducing the budgetary allocation for critical schemes like Manrega. There is evidence to show that Manrega has played a big role in supporting the farmers and rural economy during times of distress, right? During a market crisis or during droughts, farmers have been able to get additional income because of schemes like Manrega. So such welfare programs have to be continued. Support for food security should continue. Support for nutrition, healthcare, education, they should continue. That is how you protect your rural economy and protect the rural population. These long-term measures become necessary to overcome the impact of droughts. Now, the last point before we end this topic We also have something known as flash droughts, just like flash floods, which happen suddenly within a short time without any notice. Similarly, there are sudden onset of droughts which happen over a shorter period in a small region. Such sudden droughts are called flash droughts. Experts say that it has become an unrecognized crisis because these droughts are so short, it lasts maybe few weeks or few months. It's not like your traditional drought that lasts months and years. Due to shortage of rainfall and water scarcity, there are these sudden drought situations that occur in the arid, semi-arid regions and the interior parts of the country, which has a huge impact on the rural areas. This threat has gone up due to climate change and global warming. We are witnessing several such incidents, even in Western Ghats, even in Northeast India, even in the Himalayan belt. Such flash droughts are reportedly occurring, where in a small region there is a sudden water scarcity, lasting few weeks or maybe a couple of months due to less rainfall. So it's important to recognize flash droughts as well and focus on dealing with these sudden disasters that happen. Is that clear? So I feel you should be aware of the flash drought situation, which is known to occur due to a sudden drop in monsoon rainfall in a small region which occurs over a short period of time. The impact of flash drought is limited, but still, since it's unrecognized, governments don't pay attention to it, it's not even recognized. The people who are affected, they don't get any help, any assistance. So that's why experts feel that there should be more attention paid to flash droughts now that climate change is playing a bigger role, right? The abrupt weather patterns we are witnessing, the disruption in rainfall which is happening, right, will lead to more such flash drought incidents in the future. So it becomes important to pay attention to these incidents as well. That is what many experts that is their opinion, right? Experts are suggesting to the government that we should pay more attention to drought, such flash drought conditions as well. So this completes my discussion on droughts. We have understood the causes, the impact, and the disaster management measures that can be taken. All right, I've given you the examples of various government schemes. We have understood which parts of India are the most affected, right? So this should be more than enough. So let me know if you have any questions, any doubts regarding this. I'll take up all the questions for a few minutes, and then we'll come to the last topic for today. We will start with the next disaster, that is cyclones or tropical cyclones. So let's see what questions have come up. Mohammad Shanwaz is asking, then what is the indicator to measure drought? NDMA uses to indicate drought, for example, 15 to 30 centimeters for drought. See, to determine the start of a drought season, NDMA will work with IMD and the concerned state governments, irrigation departments. They will all collectively work together to determine the rainfall received, the demand for water, and what is the shortage. So it varies from region to region. You can't have a fixed formula for that. Usually, state governments make a request. They request to the center to declare that a drought has started. So when these requests come in from low rainfall areas, a detailed study is conducted based on data from IMD, data from ISRO, data from NDMA, right? A collective decision is taken by the center to determine whether a drought season has begun. So the Agriculture Ministry, Rural Development Ministry, they all play an important role with the state governments. So depending on the quantum of rainfall received and what is the shortage and what is the actual water requirement, What is the level of water scarcity? Depending on all these conditions and economic conditions, a drought condition is finally declared. A drought season is declared. So there is no set criteria. It changes from region to region. Is that clear? It depends on the season, depends on the agriculture practice in that region, depends on the socio-economic conditions in that region. So everything has to be taken into account, right? It has to be a customized way of declaring a drought. You can't have a uniform approach. You can't have a set approach to declare a drought. So there is no set criteria as such, but of course there are some parameters. Like if the rainfall is below this level, right? That's when we consider a drought situation to have arisen. So IMD shares the rainfall data. All right. NDMA works with Agriculture Ministry and others with Central Water Commission to determine water levels, to determine the prices in the market, to determine the agricultural impact. Based on this assessment, finally a drought is declared. All right. Next, Anusha is asking, is integrated watershed management program a part of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana? Yes, it is a part of it. It's one of the key components of the Krishi Sinchai Yojana. Is there any legal definition of drought? We just discussed what is the definition of drought, right? Of course, it's not defined through law. It's not defined under Disaster Management Act. Under the Act, we have a policy and plan. There is a disaster management policy and a disaster management plan, which we are going to discuss in the last class. So under that, NDMA has defined what constitutes a drought, which is exactly what we discussed. Drought is basically water scarcity caused by below average rainfall. All right, shortage of water in the atmosphere, on the surface and under the ground. Such a condition is called a drought condition. Madhur is asking, desertification can also be added to drought. Desertification is one of the long-term outcomes of drought. If drought persists for few years, let's say drought seasons persist continuously for 4 to 5 years, all right, and then it keeps recurring every now and then. So once soil quality deteriorates and land becomes degraded and it turns into a barren wasteland, then eventually over 15, 20, 30 years, desertification will start happening. So desertification is a long-term outcome of drought. How can cloud seeding help? See, cloud seeding, as some of you know, is also referred to as artificial rain. It's a process through which a trigger is given for precipitation to occur in a given area. Certain aerosols like silver iodide, they are sprayed in the clouds by using planes and drones, and this allows for condensation and it basically induces precipitation. It allows rainfall to occur. But cloud seeding is not very effective. Yes, it is possible to trigger the clouds to bring rainfall in a given region, but it's not very efficient. The entire process, again, is not under human control. The catalyst can be given, the trigger can be added, but there's no guarantee that it will bring sufficient rainfall. And also, cloud seeding is very expensive and it's very challenging to do this over a very large area, right? So cloud seeding is not seen as a very viable solution to bring rainfall. Yes, it can be done, but it's not a solution to tackle drought unless you're willing to spend a lot of money on it. Now, West Asian countries are doing it. They have the money, like United Arab Emirates, UAE, which is a desert country. They have invested billions and billions of dollars in cloud seeding, in artificial rains, to bring more water supply into the country. Such oil-rich countries can afford that because they have the wealth, they have the resources. So it's not a suitable solution for India. And also, it's not very efficient. There's no guarantee that it will bring sufficient rainfall, right? So cloud seeding, even though it is thought of as a solution and tried, but it can never be a sustainable solution. Okay, these are some of the questions. Now, before I start with the next hazard, let me tell you one more important point. When it comes to floods and droughts, the prime focus is on water management, correct? Watershed management. For a country like India, you should note that we have many transboundary rivers. Don't forget this point. When you have transboundary rivers, international cooperation becomes very, very important to manage these rivers. What's a transboundary river? A river which is flowing across boundaries. For example, the Ganga and its tributaries that flow from Nepal to India. Brahmaputra, the Teesta River, Feni River, Barak River, and the others that flow from India to Bangladesh. In the case of Brahmaputra, China also comes into the equation, because the Yarlung Tsangpo, which originates in Tibet in China, right? It flows through China and then enters India to become the Brahmaputra and then flows into Bangladesh. Then you also have the Indus river system, all the 6 Indus rivers flowing from India to Pakistan. So when you have so many transboundary rivers, if you have to manage floods, droughts, and deal with water management, you need cooperation with the other countries. International cooperation is very, very important between the upper riparian and the lower riparian. Please remember this point. Upper riparian is nothing but the upstream country located in the upstream of the river, from where the river is originating and flowing down. Lower riparian is the lower riparian state or the downstream country present in the downstream areas of the river. Like, for example, if you take Brahmaputra, China is the upper riparian. India, Bangladesh are lower riparian states. If you take Indus, India is the upper riparian, Pakistan is lower riparian. The Gangetic system, Nepal becomes upper riparian, India becomes lower riparian. So cooperation between these countries is essential, right? They have to work out bilateral agreements to decide water sharing and how they will share data, how they will implement conservation measures and management measures. So that is one aspect you have to keep in mind. Is that clear? So to manage floods and to manage water in a drainage basin, international cooperation becomes essential in the case of transboundary rivers. So that is one key point I wanted to highlight. Now let's move with the next topic. Let's just begin. Let's get an introduction to tropical cyclones, and we can continue this discussion tomorrow. All right. Let's look at what is a cyclone. How does a cyclone form? Understand why India is prone to cyclones. So we have another 15 to around 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes left. So let's try and cover as much as possible today, and let's pick it up tomorrow. A cyclone is essentially an intense storm. It's a intense cyclonic circulation. It is a high-speed system containing strong winds along with dense clouds that can cause heavy rainfall, and it can cause a storm surge leading to coastal floods. It can bring heavy rainfall. It can bring very high speed winds into the coastal areas. And this cyclonic system, which is a circulatory storm system, right, when it strikes the land mass, when it makes landfall, it can trigger high speed winds in the range of 150 to 250 kilometers per hour, going up to 280 kilometers per hour. Such high speed winds can destroy everything in their path. They can uproot trees. They can bring down power grids and mobile towers and internet towers. They can destroy infrastructure. They can uproot buildings as well. And they result in large scale loss of lives. The heavy torrential rainfall that will last for several days can lead to floods. It can lead to landslides, causing multiple secondary, tertiary disasters. Heavy rainfall will bring in floods. It will cause flash floods, urban flooding, right? It could lead to collapse of buildings. Slopy areas will slip, causing landslips and landslides. And eventually, when the system enters the land mass, when the cyclone makes landfall, it increases the tidal activity and pushes the sea into the land. We call this a storm surge or a coastal surge that leads to coastal flooding, where the sea water floods. The sea water floods inland. Essentially, saline water will flood into the inland areas. This will pollute the freshwater bodies. It will destroy the agricultural crops. It will threaten infrastructure present on the coastline. So cyclonic systems are extremely dangerous. It's a very violent and intense circulatory storm system. It generates these high-speed winds, brings torrential rains, and causes massive flooding, along with many other secondary, tertiary disasters. Is that clear? So this is what you mean by a tropical storm or a tropical cyclone. They occur primarily in the tropical zone, in the tropical area between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. Is that clear? This is where these cyclonic systems, they take root. Now, for a cyclonic system to form, there are certain conditions that are needed. There are a few basic conditions which have to be fulfilled for a cyclonic system to take root. All right? There are many geographical factors that play a role in the origin of a cyclone. It depends on the temperature, the rate of evaporation, depends on the Coriolis force. It also depends on the wind currents and the oceanic currents. So it's a very complex phenomena. It's a complex geophysical phenomena. Is that clear? So let's understand this process. Let's get some insight into the formation of a cyclone. So before I explain how cyclones are formed and what conditions are necessary for cyclone formation, please note down a very, very important fact. Cyclones that form in the northern hemisphere, that is between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, they circulate in an anti-clockwise direction because of the direction of the Coriolis force. Coriolis force is the inertial force, the counter force generated on the Earth's surface due to the Earth's rotation. The direction of Coriolis force is different in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere. Right? The direction reverses. So the tropical cyclonic systems that form in northern hemisphere, they circulate in an anti-clockwise direction because of the direction of the Coriolis force. Whereas in the southern hemisphere, these cyclones, they circulate in a clockwise direction. The cyclones forming between the equator and Tropic of Capricorn, they circulate in a clockwise direction. So this is a very, very important fact for your prelims. So please make a note of this. Now let's talk about the favorable conditions that are needed for the formation of a tropical cyclone. Sorry for the interruption. There was a small update from the operations team. So let's discuss what favorable conditions are necessary for a cyclonic system to originate in the tropical areas. First and foremost, you need a large open sea surface. Cyclones will not form in rivers or lakes. It will not form in an enclosed sea. You need large open seas where the cyclonic system can originate. That is one precondition. The sea surface temperature should be high enough to support a faster rate of evaporation. This is another condition. The sea surface temperature should be at least 26-27 degrees and above. All right. This is what leads to a faster rate of evaporation. I'll explain how this works. Please look at this infographic that I have added in the next slide. When the sea surface temperature is high enough, which exists in tropical areas, right? In tropical zone, you do have higher temperatures. So during the right season, during pre-monsoon season, in the middle of the monsoon as well, and post-monsoon season as well, you have these high temperature conditions in large open seas, like Bay of Bengal, for example, or in the Pacific, or in the Atlantic. So there are these places where such high surface temperatures exist. So this increases the rate of evaporation, the rate at which the sea water is evaporating. Now what happens? This water vapor, it will rise up because it's very light density, right? It's not heavy. It will easily get lifted up. It will start moving upwards. And eventually they will condense to form clouds. So if the rate of evaporation is strong enough, there will be intense cloud formation seen in this region. So as the warm air keeps rising, as the warm air rises up and condenses to form clouds, we witness the formation of a low pressure center. A low pressure center, the pressure will drop. And we call this as a depression. Due to the constant rate of evaporation, when seawater constantly keeps evaporating, right? The warm air keeps rising up. The temperature difference causes a drop in pressure and a low pressure center is formed, which is technically referred to as a depression. Now, as there is a low pressure center, this will attract the wind from the high pressure zone, right? The wind will rush from high pressure zone towards the low pressure depression, and these wind currents will start circulating. They will establish a circulatory movement triggered by the Coriolis force. The Coriolis force on the surface of the earth, which is a counter force to the rotation of the earth, that pushes the wind in a certain direction. It pushes the wind in anti-clockwise direction in northern hemisphere and clockwise direction in southern hemisphere. So the wind which is gushing in from high pressure zone towards the depression is given a circulatory direction by the Coriolis force, and a wind current gets established. So as the circulatory system, as it keeps growing, it accumulates more and more water vapor. It accumulates more dense clouds, rain-bearing clouds, right? And eventually it turns into a gigantic circulatory storm system or a cyclonic system. Basically, a vortex is formed. It's a circulating system. It's a vortex which gets created. Now, the fuel for this system is the water vapor which is coming from evaporation. This is the essential fuel to power the cyclone. Just like vehicles are powered through a fuel, to power this circulatory system, this cyclonic vortex, there should be a constant supply of moisture from the bottom. At the sea surface, there should be constant evaporation happening. That is when the cyclone will sustain, or else the system will break apart. Right? To have this depression, this low pressure center to attract the winds and set up this cyclonic circulation, you need a constant evaporation taking place, which means the sea surface temperature should be high enough constantly. All right. So this is a primary condition that is necessary for the formation of a tropical cyclone. You need a large open sea surface with high temperature that supports constant evaporation that causes a low pressure depression. You need a strong enough Coriolis force to create the cyclonic vortex to push the wind currents in a certain direction that induces the circulatory system. You need a small difference in vertical wind shear for the vapor to rise up, right? For the clouds to form at the higher reaches. You need a wind difference, a difference in the vertical wind speed. I already mentioned the need for a low pressure depression. Along with that, you need upper divergence at the cloud level, at the higher level, where the wind current, which is, rising up here, it will diverge and establish a closed circulatory loop. These are some basic conditions that are needed. You need upper divergence, a vertical wind shear or vertical wind difference for the warm air to rise up. You need a strong enough Coriolis force, a low pressure depression, large open sea surface, and a constant rate of evaporation. Please look at this diagram. It is depicting the cross section of a cyclonic storm. You can see the center of the cyclone, which is the low pressure depression. The center is called the eye of the storm. This region is a region of calm. The eye of the storm is very calm. You don't have strong winds present here. It's just a low pressure center, right? You don't have strong winds present. You don't have strong tidal activity present here. At the center of the storm, you don't feel the cyclonic system at all, because it's a circulatory system that is formed around the center. So the center is a region of calm. Here you can witness the rising warm air. The evaporated moisture, right, is rising up because of the vertical wind difference. It is forming the dense clouds at the top. Right, as the warm air rises, it condenses eventually to form dense rain-bearing clouds. Then finally, you see the wind diverging. This is the upper divergence. And it creates this closed circulatory loop. And it's a cycle that continues. The wind which has risen up along with the warm moisture, right? The clouds get formed and the wind diverges at the upper levels, comes back to form a closed circulatory loop. And now this cyclonic system will start moving on the sea surface. It is not stationary. Once a cyclonic system sets in, it will not remain stationary. It keeps circulating, keeps accumulating rain-bearing clouds. The strength of the wind currents keeps on increasing as it keeps rotating, and it starts moving across the sea surface. So this moving cyclonic system can eventually strike the land mass. It can make contact with the land mass, and we call this event as the landfall. All right, please remember this point. When the cyclonic system makes contact with the land mass, when it strikes the land mass, the continental land mass, that event is technically referred to as the landfall. Once landfall happens, that is when the high-speed winds, they enter the inland areas. It will bring massive rainfall, torrential rain is received in the entire coastal area, including in interior parts of the continental landmass. And the increased tidal activity causes a storm surge, causing coastal flooding in the coastal areas. Because see, it's like a fast moving system which has been suddenly brought to a halt. What happens when you suddenly apply brakes on your vehicle? Right? The momentum, the inertia carries forward. So when the circulatory system makes landfall, the moisture supply is cut off. I told you that the moisture is the fuel which is firing the cyclonic system. Suddenly, when the engine is shut off, suddenly when you shut down your vehicle or stop your vehicle, all of a sudden, when you're moving at a high speed, right? What happens? The inertia carries forward, the momentum carries forward. The same thing happens here. As the system moves towards land, the moisture supply no longer exists, right? The constant moisture coming from the sea gets cut off. So as the cyclonic system hits a sudden stop, the wind currents will gush towards the land, triggering high-speed winds in the range of 150 to 300 kilometers per hour. This can uproot everything in its path. It can uproot trees, power grids, houses. They can all be uprooted. And that is what poses the biggest threat to human life. The dense rain-bearing clouds, they will precipitate and bring heavy rainfall. Torrential rain is received in coastal areas and also in the inland areas. This increases the risk of floods, landslides, collapse of buildings, which increases the death count. And then the intense tidal activity during a cyclonic event causes a storm surge, pushing the seawater inland, causing coastal flooding in the initial few kilometers of the coastal area. At least 5 to 10 kilometers can witness coastal flooding because of the storm surge, where the seawater intrudes and floods the coastal plains. So this can destroy agricultural crops. It can destroy the fishing villages, the fishing boats, right? It can uproot the economy and cause large-scale devastation because it's a very violent and instantaneous disaster. It's an extremely violent and instantaneous disaster. Is that clear? So this is where I would like to stop my discussion. We've understood the basics of a tropical cyclone. We understood what is a cyclonic system, how is it formed, what are the favorable conditions that are needed. So let's stop over here and we can continue tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll discuss the different regions in the world which witness tropical cyclones. We'll look at the different names that are given to cyclonic systems. We'll also talk about the impact. We'll discuss cyclonic formation in Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. We'll talk about the latest trends, and we'll also discuss the naming system of cyclones and the disaster management approach for tropical cyclones. So this is for tomorrow. So that is it from my side. I hope you guys have understood everything. Do let me know in the comments if you like the session, and let's catch up tomorrow again. So that's it. Thanks for watching. Have a good day.